ও ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ সোশিওলজি সুধীরঞ্জন লাহিড়ী মহাবিদ্যালয়ের যৌথ উদ্যোগে ওয়ান ডে ন্যাশনাল এই ব্যানারে উপস্থিত ভারপ্রাপ্ত অধ্যাপক ডক্টর সোমনাথ ব্যানার্জি, বিভাগীয় প্রধান সমাজবিদ্যা বিভাগ ডক্টর অনিমেষ এন্ডু লুলাম রায়, প্রোগ্রাম কোঅর্ডিনেটর ও আইকিউএসি কনভেনর ডক্টর সঞ্জয় সরকার, পুরো সুপারভাইজার ডক্টর সনৎ কুমার বিশ্বাস, লাইব্রেরিয়ান সুধীরঞ্জন লাহিড়ী মহাবিদ্যালয়, ইন্টারনাল কোয়ালিটি অ্যাসুরেন্সের সদস্যবৃন্দ, অধ্যাপক মণ্ডলী, শিক্ষাকর্মী ও ছাত্রছাত্রীবৃন্দ, সবাইকে আমার সাদর অভিনন্দন ও শুভেচ্ছা। আজকের আলোচ্য বিষয় মেথডস, সফটওয়্যার অ্যান্ড টুলস ইন সোশিয়াল সায়েন্স রিসার্চ। আমন্ত্রিত বক্তা হিসেবে উপস্থিত আছেন মাননীয় ডক্টর অনিমেষ রায়, অধ্যাপক, গিরি ইনস্টিটিউট অফ ডেভেলপমেন্ট, ও মাননীয় সুবীর দাস, অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট লাইব্রেরিয়ান, সেন্ট্রাল লাইব্রেরি, বিধানচন্দ্র কৃষি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়। সকলকে আমার শুভেচ্ছা ও অভিনন্দন। আজকের আলোচনা শুভ হোক এই কামনা করে আনুষ্ঠানিক উদ্বোধন করলাম। সবাই সুস্থ থাকুন, ভালো থাকুন, দেশ করোনা মুক্ত হোক। নমস্কার।
Now I am requesting Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, teacher in charge and secretary convener, finance committee and former coordinator of IQAC, Sudhiranjan Lahiড়ী Mahavidyalaya, for welcome address. Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, please. Hello. Yes. Yes, audible. Who is presenting?
Good afternoon.
Who is presenting?
Please stop presentation. Chitra Bhatia, please stop your presentation. Chitra Bhatia, madam, please stop your presentation. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected President, Governing Body, Convener, Organizing Committee, and the other members of the Organizing Committee, respected dignitaries and the participants. On behalf of Sudhiranjan Lahiড়ী Mahavidyalaya, I welcome all of you at the national webinar organized by our Internal Quality Assurance Cell and Department of Sociology. Actually, at present we are standing at as a crisis of civilization due to worldwide pandemic caused by outbreak of COVID-19. So I think at this situation, these types of platform of discussion will definitely help us, will definitely create a lot of inputs towards fighting towards overcoming the situation. And I hope this platform of discussion will bring a fruitful solution about this situation. And lastly, I again convey a lot of thanks to all of you, and that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, teachers in charge, Sudhiranjan Lahiড়ী Mahavidyalaya. Now I would like to request Dr. Animesh Andrew Lulam Rai, head of the Department of Sociology and joint convener of this webinar, to say something about the event today. Dr. Animesh.
Okay, thank you, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, namaskar and a very warm good evening to all of you. Today, we are all present here online to participate and interact in the national level webinar entitled Methods, Software and Tools in Social Science Research, organized by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell and the Department of Sociology, Sudhiranjan Lahiড়ী Mahavidyalaya, affiliated to the University of Kalyani, West Bengal. In this webinar, we have 3 distinct speakers or resource persons. They come from different academic backgrounds with varying research interests. The interesting fact is all the 3 academicians are all young, dynamic, and here to discuss with us the research techniques ranging from conventional to the contemporary approaches, methods that are used in the research paradigm. They are here to enlighten us, to inspire and encourage us in the field of research and knowledge development. In this webinar, there are 3 technical sessions, and Each technical session will be of 1 hour. 40 minutes would be given to the resource person, followed by 20 minutes for a question answer session. Participants are kindly requested to switch off their mic, and at the end of every technical session, they are requested to send their queries or questions in the chat box below. Now, without delaying any further, let me introduce the first speaker of today's webinar. The first speaker of this webinar of Technical One session is Dr. Animesh Roy. Dr. Animesh Roy received his doctoral degree in development geography from Jawaharlal Nehru University in 2015. He is presently working as an assistant professor at the Giri Institute of Development Studies, Lucknow. His wide interests of research includes land disposition and rural transformation, political economy, peri-urban land rush, tourism and livelihood, and Khasi matrilineal society. Many of his sole-authored research papers and critical comments have been published in referred journals of international and national repute, such as Journal of Land and Rural Studies, SAGE publication, Chinese Sociological Dialogue, SAGE publication, Society and Culture in South Asia, SAGE publication, Social Change, published by SAGE, Asian Profile, Journal of Rural Development, Punjabi Geographer, Indian Journal of Spatial Sciences, Asian Studies, Social Change and Development, that is his forthcoming publication, and in Economic and Political Weekly. His critical reviews of the book Disposition Without Development, Land Grab in Neoliberal India has been published in a very highly ranked scholarly journal, that is the American Journal of Sociology, in the year 2019, one of the top sociology journals in the world. He has also contributed a chapter in a book entitled Land and Livelihood in Neoliberal India in May 2020. That was published by Palgrave and Macmillan, United Kingdom. He has completed 4 major projects, out of which one he has done independently and 3 were his joint ventures. And his topic for today's discussion is mixed methods in social research. Now, I heartily welcome Dr. Animesh Roy, and thank you very much for being with us today. Now, I'd like to hand over this session to you, sir. Thank you so much. Hello.
Yes, audible, Animesh.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, kindly turn on your microphone, please.
Hello, Animesh Roy. Hello.
Sir, your mic is muted. Kindly unmute it.
Hello, Animesh. Stop present and again. Try again. Okay. Stop and try again. Okay. Your microphone is muted. Please turn on.
মাস্টার রায় এবং সঞ্জয় দুজনকে বলছি স্যারদের ব্যাপারে একটা অর্ডার এসেছে, সেটা দেখার জন্য আমি এখান থেকে
Hello?
বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছি। হ্যাঁ,
Yes, audible, please. Okay.
Acha,
Yes,
but
you
my
are audible now.
presentation is not coming. I mean, just let me.
Okay,
see.
please, you, Bhashwati Shaha, please, of your presentation. And Animesh Roy,
সন্ধ্যা
please.
Yes, yes.
Okay, just a minute. Please, Animesh, present. Click on present. On right click. Okay. Sombadda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Just a minute. I am uploading the presentation.
Okay. You click on the
Yes,
presentation.
yes. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, visible and audible. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Just a minute. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the principal of Sudhir Ranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, Dr. Sanjay Sarkar, President Sir, and all the delegates and other participants. So this is indeed an honor for me to be a part of this webinar. So I will start my presentation now. The title of my topic is Mixed Methods in Social Research, Design and Procedures. So before I go into detail about the mixed method, so what I think is that it would be wise if we talk about a bit what is exactly research and what are the different types of research, and within which how mixed method research comes. So as all of us know, mixed research is basically a systematic and organized effort to inquire about a problem and to find out a solution. So research is basically of two types. One is basic research and the other one is applied research. So when we talk about basic research, in basic research we try to develop theories and models. So basic research is also known as pure research or fundamental research that aims to improve scientific theories for progressive understanding and prediction of natural and other phenomena. Whereas in applied research, what we try to do is the models and theories that we have already developed, we try to apply them in real life and try to find out some solutions to some problems. So now the question is that whether we talk about basic research or we talk about applied research, either of the research has to have two philosophical understanding, and these two philosophical understandings are ontology and epistemology. When we talk about ontology simply means what we know or what actually exists in reality. In other words, ontology is basically the study of reality or all those attributes that exist in the reality. So if we try to think about ontology from this definition, it would be very clear to us that ontology actually leads us to research problem. Now let us look at epistemology. When we talk about epistemology basically leads us to a process that try to find out why and how some certain things are existing in the reality. So epistemology actually means the why something actually exists. So put differently, epistemology leads us to the process that not only help us get to know why something actually exists in reality, but make us understand its nature and rationality emanating from being existent. Now, epistemology is basically having a bipolarity. Bipolarity in terms of a process that leads us to research. So this bipolarity is quantitative research and qualitative research. Qualitative research is a method that focuses on obtaining data through open-ended and conversational communication. So qualitative research is not merely, here we have to understand one thing. So qualitative research actually doesn't or merely doesn't mean about what a researcher think, but also about why he or she thinks so. So qualitative research basically try to interpret things in descriptive way. On the other hand, when we talk about quantitative research is a systematic method of investigating phenomena through the collection of quantifiable data. It makes use of statistical, mathematical, or computational techniques. It may collect information from both primary and secondary sources. When we talk about primary sources, we definitely apply some or employ some certain techniques like sampling methods, online surveys, online polls, questionnaires, etc. And when we talk about secondary sources, obviously all of us know that for secondary sources we go for, data published by government or some other agencies. So qualitative methods, in qualitative methods we follow certain tools and techniques, and let us see what are these tools and techniques. In qualitative research we use interview, we group focus group discussion, we use ethnographic research, we also use case study, we use record keeping, archival research, and observation. So I am not going into detail of all these techniques. So let me slowly move on to mixed method research. On the other hand, when we talk about quantitative research, in quantitative research we again follow some certain tools and techniques, and quantitative research can be done through survey research, correlation research, and experimental research. Now we have until now we have seen that we have already two methods in our hand for doing social science research. One is qualitative research method, and the other one is quantitative research method. So if we have already two methods in our hand, why do we need a third method? So why do we need mixed method as a third method? And the reasons are as follows. So quantitative data can reveal quantitative data can reveal generalizable information of a large group of people. This data often fails to provide a specific answers, reasons, explanation, or examples. So these are the drawbacks of quantitative data. So all of us know that the quantitative data or quantitative research methods help us understand some phenomena or attributes in mathematical or statistical way, but it also has all these shortcomings. On the other hand, qualitative research also have some shortcomings, and those shortcomings are findings are often not generalizable because it normally involves only minuscule sample size and a narrow range of participants. So these are some crucial drawbacks that the qualitative research technique has. Now, so from this discussion we can see that both the techniques have strength and weaknesses. Now, when we individually try to look into the approaches of qualitative or approaches of the components of quantitative research and the approaches of the component of qualitative research, we always find some contradiction among them. And this contradiction comes basically in the following manners. While the qualitative scholars argue that their research and data are hard, rigorous, credible, and scientific, the qualitative components urge that their data is sensitive, nuanced, detailed, and contextual. So these are the merits that both the techniques are having. So when now in this context, keeping the merits and demerits of both the techniques, one group of social scientists try to use both the techniques together, and they found that if they use this technique together, so both the techniques can be very much complementary and it can produce a certain quality of research. So it is this logic of complementarity that inspired a group of social science scholars to develop and put forward mixed method research. Now, before we go into detail of the mixed method research, let me give you a very brief history of how mixed method research came into being. So this concept of mixing different methods came into being in the late 1950s by Campbell and Fisk. And what they try to do, they try to avoid the conventional techniques of doing research, and they mixed both qualitative and quantitative techniques, and they came up with some certain findings. This idea was carried forward by, again, S.D. Seaver in 1973, and later on in the next decade, that means in 1980s onward. So this method was popularized by a group of prominent social scientist scholars, namely Sandra, Greene et al., Morse, Breman, and Johnson et al. So now let us look into what is mixed method. So mixed method research is the type of research in which a researcher or team of researchers combines elements of qualitative and quantitative research approaches for the broad purposes of breadth and depth of understanding corroboration. So in nutshell, what we can say is, or what I can say is that mixed method is a technique that uses methods of both qualitative and quantitative techniques. A mixed method design is characterized by the combination of at least one qualitative component and one quantitative component. So if you don't club both the components from both the approaches or qualitative and quantitative methods, we cannot call that as mixed method. Now here I have given two potential references to understand what actually mixed method means. So you can see these references and later on you can use it for your future reading. Now, so we have already seen that in mixed method we compile components of different methods, components of different methods. Now, can we call mixed method as multi method research? No, because there is, while both the terms sound similar, there is some underlying distinctions, and what these underlying distinctions are, as we have seen from the definition, in mixed method techniques, mixed method uses components of both qualitative and quantitative techniques. But when we talk about multi-method research, we have to understand one thing, that in multi-method research, multi-method research uses only different components of either qualitative research or quantitative research. So multi-method actually does not combine techniques or tools from both qualitative and quantitative research. So you have to be very careful about this, and it is this point that makes the two methods different. So the point is that in multi-method, what we do, we use either components from qualitative techniques or we use different components from quantitative techniques. They will never come up together and develop on certain method like multi-method. Okay, so a mixed method, as I have said, the mixed method uses both qualitative and quantitative approaches. Now, to make the definition simplified, I have used these two images. On the left hand side, in my left hand side, I don't know about you, in my left hand side in the plate, we can see that there are different fruits and they have been put together. So this is fruit salad. On the right hand side, again we can see that there are 5 types of different fruits, but they have been arranged in a way that they make certain arrows. That means strawberries have been kept in one row, followed by pineapple, kiwi, and then we can see black grape and violet grapes. So this is fruit platter. So basically, what I want to say from these two images is that mixed method is actually a sibling of multi method, but mixed method is not a multi method. So now, so if we go further, sorry, if we this image, so here what the same image I have tried to name. So this left image, the image that we can see with the plate is actually a mixed method, where we can see the all different sorts of fruits have been kept together. On the other hand, on the right hand side, which I am calling multi-method, we can see although there are 5 types of fruits, but they have been arranged in a way that they have come one after another. So this is multi-method. Now, so here again I have tried to explain how we can explain multi-method and this mixed method. In multi-method, we can see on the left hand side, you see the left hand side, here in the left hand side, we can see that in quantitative techniques, we have used different quantitative techniques, and at the end we have come up with the report formulation, that is narrative review of findings. On the other hand, on the right side, we can see only qualitative these tools and techniques, and again with the help of these different qualitative tools and techniques, we are coming to the, or we are reaching to the report building. So this is basically multi-method. On the both side, the multi-method is happening, but quantitative techniques are not being mixed with qualitative techniques. So now let us look at the mixed method. So in mixed method, what we do, this quantitative, one or more of these quantitative tools and techniques will be mixed up with qualitative techniques. So now, what is the purpose? We have seen what is mixed method, and now let us focus on what is the purpose of mixed methods. The overall goal of mixed method research is to expand and strengthen the conclusion of a research study, so thereby contributing to the published literature. So mixed method, what basically mixed method do? Mixed method will improve the quality of your research, and it will add something to the existing, something new to the existing literature. The mixing of methods help answer the research questions in a better way and makes improvements over the basic study design. It practically heightens knowledge and validity of social research. Now, based on the analysis, here we will see based on the analysis of published mixed method studies, Greene, Gracili, and Graham. These are 3 prominent social scientists who still working on mixed methods, introduced a popular classification of 5 purposes framework for mixing of qualitative and quantitative methods. And what they said when we mix qualitative techniques with quantitative techniques, they bring some they bring some new characteristics to the research study. And what are these characteristics? The first one is triangulation. In triangulation, through this triangulation, mixed method seeks convergence, collaboration, and correspondence of results from both qualitative and quantitative methods. Then they again talked about complementarity. So complementarity, mixed method also brings complementarity in a sense that the results of qualitative techniques or results of quantitative techniques will be complementary to quantitative techniques or vice versa. So when they become this complementary, the analytical part becomes more meaningful. So then the third component is development. So mixed method also uses the result of one method to help develop the other method. It also starts initiation. So mixed method, when we this combine tools and techniques from qualitative techniques and quantitative techniques, at times this mixed method, what mixed method does, the discovery of contradiction, new perspectives of frameworks, the recasting of questions or result from one method with questions or result from the other method. It also expands, breadth and range of inquiry by using both qualitative and quantitative methods. Now,
I'd like
as I said, Greene et al. Formulated those 5 purposes of framework in 1980s. In 2000, in the decade of 2000, I mean, precisely in 2006, another British scholar, Breman, broke down this Greene et al.'s 5 categories of framework, and Breman came up with some new, these characteristics. And these characteristics are credibility. So employing credibility, so how mixed method can increase credibility? So since mixed method employs both qualitative and quantitative techniques, so they enhances actually the integrity of the findings and gives a certain credibility to the research. And this mixed method also provides a solid contextual understanding of the research. It also illustrate the different, different nuances of doing a mixed research. It also increases utility by improving the usefulness of finding to practitioners and others. It also confirm and discover how it can confirm and discover qualitative methods help generate hypotheses. And what quantitative techniques do? So quantitative techniques test these hypotheses and come up with a solid validity. So mixed method also diversify the views of doing a research. Now, so what Morse and Nuas says that each and every mixed method will have a certain theoretical drive, and this theoretical drive, or in other words, let me put it in this way: the Morse and Nuas argues that a mixed method study has to have a certain theoretical drive, which includes the two broad components. The first component is that exploration and description, and the second component is testing and predication. While exploration and description is qualitative in nature, that means it is inductive, whereas testing and prediction is quantitative in nature, that means it is deductive in nature. And the component that corresponds to the theoretical drive is referred to as, and now here you need to understand one thing, so whether the qualitative component or the quantitative component. So the component, either of the component or the component, any of these two components that is corresponding to the theoretical drive is actually referred to the core component of mixed method research. So here you have to understand this point. When we do mixed method research, if we see that in our mixed method formulation, qualitative part is taking the central part, so it will be, or the theoretical part, theoretical drive, it will be called as core component. The other component will be considered, other component will be called as supplemental component. In other words, or put differently, or vice versa, it can be vice versa. If the qualitative components takes the central part, then the quantitative components will be taking the supplementary part. Now, based on these two components, that means qualitative and quantitative components, Johnson formulated 3 distinct theoretical drives. And what are these 3 distinct theoretical drives? The first drive is qualitative dominant. Let me have some water.
Hello, Animesh sir. Hello. Could you kindly
Yes,
show
tell
your
me.
PPT like the participants are asking, like it would be good if you could kindly show your PPT to us.
So how can I do that? You tell me. PPT is to showing. Can you see my PPT?
No, we are not seeing your PPT actually. That is a
You are not able
problem.
to see. So how can I
Yeah.
show PPT? Then tell me.
Please. Hello, Animesh, both of you, and Sanjoy. Please, participants on Google Meet, pin on the slide which you want to see. In the slide, there is a minimize option and a silence option, and example one is pin. Please pin on to see the PPT, specific PPT or specific slide. Okay. Then we can see the whole PPT. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Just Sanjay, I just want to ask you one thing. I am not very sure how I need to show this PPT. But this PPT is. Can you see my PPT?
Yes, visible, but the presenter unpin the presentation. I want to say them, please pin on. Pin on. There is 3 options. One is minimize, one is silence, and then is pin. Unpin the option to see the full presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so do I need to do this unpin?
Yes.
Where is that option? Let me know. Banglate bolo, na hole Banglate bolo. Just let me.
তারা দেখতে চাইছে, তারা ওই পিপিটিটার প্রেজেন্টেশনের ওইখানে দেখলে কারশেট নিয়ে গেলেই একটা পিনের মতো অপশন আছে, ওইটাকে আনপিন করতে হবে। আনপিন করলে
কোন জায়গাতে সেটা পিনের মতো অপশনটা কোথায়, আমি সেটাই জানতে চাইছি।
তুমি দেখতে পাবে না, আমরা দেখতে পাবো।
আচ্ছা, তাহলে আমার সাইড থেকে কিছু করতে হবে না?
না 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 না,
হ্যাঁ,
না তোমার ওখানে কিছু করতে হবে না,
আমাকে কিছু করতে হবে না। আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে। তো should I start now then?
Yes, okay.
Okay, so as I was saying, based on those qualitative and quantitative components, Johnson formulated 3 distinct theoretical drives. So the first theoretical drive is qualitative dominant, or we can call it qualitatively driven mixed methods research. So this is a type of mixed method research in which a researcher largely relies on a qualitative view of research process, while concurrently recognizing that the addition of quantitative data and approaches are likely to benefit her research projects. So here you have to understand this thing, how these things happen. So on the one hand, the qualitative technique is taking the core part, but on the other hand, the quantitative approaches are also playing a complementary role to bring or to make the techniques more meaningful, to make the research more meaningful. Then the second method is quantitative dominant or quantitatively driven mixed method research. So it will be exactly reverse to the earlier one. Here what will happen, here the thing that will happen is that the quantitative techniques will play the central part, and the qualitative, these components will be complementary, and they will help make the research make the quantitative research more rigorous. It can also be equal status, where both quantitative components and qualitative components will be given equal or nearly equal importance.
Sir, you are not audible. Yeah. You're audible now.
Sir, unmute yourself.
Hello,
Can you
Professor
unmute
Animesh, unmute yourself.
Please unmute. You've muted your microphone. We're not audible.
Admin, please unmute Animesh Roy.
Hello, Animesh sir, you are not audible. You have muted your microphone. Yeah, you're not audible. Kindly unmute it.
Animesh sir, please unmute yourself.
I don't know how it has happened. So can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
So okay. Then I start again. So what I was saying, the two fundamental characteristics of mixed method are simultaneity and dependence. When we talk about simultaneity actually help us know so whether the qualitative and quantitative techniques are happening at the same time or simultaneously, or they are happening sequentially. So on the other hand, a mixed method involves element of both qualitative and quantitative approaches, so they may be used concurrently and sequentially. So note that simultaneity forms the basis of the distinction for concurrent and sequential design. Okay, so based on this simultaneity and dependence, so quantitative techniques can be of three types. One is sequential design, the second one is concurrent design, and the third one is dependent design. Now let us see what is this sequential design. In sequential design, what will happen is that first of all, we will take only components from one method, followed by the components of another method. So that means what are the two methods in mixed method? Qualitative and quantitative. When we talk about sequential design, in sequential design, we can do sequential design in two ways. So first way is that we take and interpret, or we collect data and interpret data of qualitative techniques, and then we follow the quantitative techniques. Or it can be other way around. Put differently, as I have written here, you can see the quantitative component can precedes qualitative components or vice versa. Whereas when we talk about concurrent design, in concurrent design you have to understand these two things very carefully. In concurrent design, what will happen, so we don't do things one after another. Will be doing qualitative techniques and quantitative techniques simultaneously at the same time. That means together. So it will be happening together, not like the sequential techniques. And in dependent design, what we do, the qualitative and quantitative component becomes independent. The implementation of the second component depends on the results and analysis of data in the first component. So dependent design will be completed only in a situation when the components of qualitative techniques will be interdependent or dependent on quantitative techniques. That means the components of qualitative techniques and components of quantitative techniques will be mutually interdependent. Now, what does a mixed method do, or what does a mixed method researcher do? Mixed method researcher collects both quantitative and qualitative data. Then he or she mixes them. Mixing may be, as I have said in the preceding slide, mixing may be concurrent. When we talk about concurrent, this plus symbol, so please note here that this plus symbol has some meaning here. Okay, so plus symbol means the two things, two different elements of different methods. That means qualitative and quantitative methods are happening simultaneously. So mixing may be concurrent or sequential. Here we can see this arrow. arrow mark. So arrow has a connotation, arrow has a meaning. So by arrow, we are saying that the mixing, will be taking place one after, in a form that they come one after another. It comes one after another. So while the term concurrent indicates a simultaneous implementation of both qualitative and quantitative components, sequential means an orderly implementation of desired component of both the approaches. And mixed method may emphasize, both the techniques equally or unequally. Now you have to understand this point. So whether the qualitative components and quantitative components will be treated equally or unequally will be largely depending upon the researcher and his or her research questions. Now, some of the tools of collecting data in mixed method. Some of the tools of collecting data in mixed method. So first, let us look at what are the qualitative techniques and tools of collecting data, and then we will look at. So for qualitative tools and techniques, we can see we can do content analysis, we can do in-depth interview, we can do focus group discussion, we can do oral history, life history.
Hello. Hello, Professor, you've been muted. Professor Animesh, you've been muted.
So how is it happening? Somebody is doing from there, because I am not touching it. Hello,
Okay.
now am I audible now?
Yes, audible, please. One.
Okay, so please let me know if I go mute. What I believe is that somebody is clicking that option from the other end. So because I am not touching computer. So anyway, so when we talk about quantitative techniques, quantitative methods, we follow some certain tools of collecting data. What are these? The secondary data. And secondary, all of us know that the secondary data is always, or secondary data are always large samples or questionnaire data. So quantitative data can also be collected through structured questionnaires when we go for field survey. Like when we go for field survey, it can also be collected through semi-structured questionnaires. It can also be done through experiments and instrument. Now, so please don't understand these two components separately. Don't forget that we are talking about mixed method. So when that means, by saying this, what I want to say is that, so when we go for collecting data for mixed method, we can use some techniques from qualitative, this data collections, and some techniques or some tools of quantitative data collection. We can merge them and we can come up with mixed method. So now, quantitative and let us see how qualitative and quantitative data have to be analyzed. For quantitative analysis, what we do, we use statistical analysis. And for what purpose we do that? We do that for description, for comparing groups, for relating variables, for testing hypothesis and all. There are so many other objectives as well. But when when do we do qualitative analysis, and for what purpose we do that? We do qualitative analysis through text and images. Now you have to understand this thing very well. So I don't know how many of you are, how many of you are from economics or from sociology or social anthropology background, but the people who are from social anthropology or anthropology background or political science background must be knowing that the qualitative research, mainly qualitative research, is being done through text and images for coding, for theme development, and for relating themes. So now, so this is one of the crucial point of mixed method research. So whether we collect data, whether we analyze data, keeping the qualitative tools and techniques in view, or keeping the quantitative techniques in view, unless and until we integrate them, unless and until we merge them into one single body, it doesn't, they don't make any sense. So what Moores and Nuas says that each true mixed method study has at least one point of integration, and this integration is also known as point of interface, at which qualitative and quantitative components are brought together and logically linked to each other. So this is a very, very important point we need to understand, that unless and until we bring the data and analysis of quantitative techniques with the, or combined with the data and analysis of qualitative techniques, so mixed method doesn't make any sense, and that will never be called as mixed method. Now, so where can we bring these two sets of things together? So Scooben and Johnson argue that the term mixing in mixed method is actually misleading, as the components are not simply mixed but have to be integrated very carefully. This is a very important point. Although we term the technique as the technique that we are discussing now as mixed method, but this is not simply about mixing components. It is about integrating different components, tools and techniques, data and analysis very carefully and logically. So the point of here, the point of integration, Moores and Nuas says that the point of integration can be done in two ways. One is the results point of integration, and the second one is analytical point of integration. When we talk about the results point of integration, we have to keep this thing in mind that, but this result point of integration can be done either way of, first you bring qualitative, data and results, and then you integrate quantitative data and result. So it can be done in this way, or it can be done the reverse way. Like first you bring quantitative data and interpretation, and then you bring qualitative data and interpretation. So results point of integration is basically that. The first you analyze, you discuss about the one data and results of one technique, quantitative or qualitative, followed by the data and result of the left one technique. So while doing that, as I said earlier, while integrating the results, one has to be very careful that the integration is making senses, or the integration has to be done in a way that it becomes coherent, it becomes logically sensible. On the other hand, when we talk about analytical point of integration, here analytical point of integration is different in terms of sequence or orientation. In analytical point of integration, always qualitative data and interpretation has to be done first, followed by quantitative techniques or quantitative data and analysis. And again, so this integration has to be in a way that they become coherent. If it is not coherent, your research is not going to attract the policymaker or researcher in general. So now some way of linking qualitative and quantitative components are merging the two data sets. It can be connecting the analysis of one set of data to second set of data, or it can also be like embedding of one form of data within a larger design or procedure, or it can also be like using a framework, theoretical or program, to bind the data sets together. Now, so until now we have discussed so many things about this mixed method research, but the most now still we need to discuss some more important things. The typology of mixed method research. Now, based on typology, Criswell and Clark find 6 major mixed methods design. So these are convergent parallel design, exploratory sequential design, explanatory sequential design, exploratory sequential design, embedding design, and transformative design, multi-phase design. So these are the 6 methods of designing mixed methods. Now, so I stop here for a while. Let me just check the next method. Okay, so here, okay, now let me come back to this point. So let me give you a very brief elaboration on each of these techniques. I have already written here. So when we talk about this convergent parallel design, so this is convergent parallel design is also known as parallels design. So what we do in this parallels design, the quantitative and qualitative strands of research are performed independently. So there will be, that means the qualitative and quantitative research will be performed independently, and their results are brought together in overall interpretation, and they will be combined together. In explanatory sequential design, what we do? So in explanatory sequential design, a first phase of quantitative data collection and analysis is followed by the collection of qualitative data, which are used to explain the initial quantitative results. So here you have to understand one thing. So as I said a while earlier, the sequential. What is sequential? Sequential means the things has to happen in sequence, not simultaneously or concurrently. So in explanatory sequential, the moment we use sequential design, we have to keep this thing in our mind as one of the two techniques is going to happen first, followed by the second techniques. Then exploratory sequential design. In exploratory sequential design, in the first phase of qualitative data collection and analysis is followed by the collection of quantitative data. And say I am actually, what I think is that, so these are written well, so I am skipping this slide. Let me go to the next slide, because where I have used those plus and arrow symbols, I think that would be more meaningful. Okay. So here, let us look in the earlier 2 slides. What we have seen, we have seen that the 6 different designs of mixed method research. But here, based on qualitative components and quantitative components, Moores and Nuance listed 8 mixed methods of design. I think this will be more meaningful. Here, you see, I have used qual. Then please look at number 1. In number 1, I have used qual. Qual is written in capital letters. Then I have used plus symbol. Okay. Then I have used quan in small letter. So each of this formulation has some connotations. So when we write some term like qual or quan, when we write qual or quan in all upper cases, that means in capital letter, so that means in quantitative techniques, so the component that has been written in capital letter is actually playing the core part of research. Okay, and the component which has been written in lower cases, that means in small letters, is actually meaning or giving the supplementary support or supplementary this supplementary analysis to the core component. So in this way we can see the plus means, so both the things, both the components, both the analysis are happening together. That means they are happening concurrently. So that concurrent, you remember the concurrent and the terms concurrent and sequential I used. So plus actually indicates concurrent. Qual, I mean any term written in capital letters will be indicating core components. Any term written in small letters will be indicating supplementary components. So Morse and Nuance, as I said, have used or designed 8 types of mixed method research. So first one is qualitative plus quantitative. But in this technique, we can see that the qualitative, that means qual, has played, although qual and quant, both of them are happening simultaneously, but qual is actually playing the theory building part, playing the central part, and quantitative techniques are giving supports to establish the research submission or research core argument or conclusion. So in point 2, in type 2, we can see that the qual, then arrow quant. So here arrow indicates sequential, this property, sequential characteristics. Qual has been written again in capital letters. So that means again qualitative research in this kind of mixed method is actually playing the core part, and again quantitative research is playing the supplementary part. But the difference between first and 2, you please look here, the difference between first and 2 is that while both the components happen concurrently in the first case, it is happening in sequential manner in the second case. So the first case, the first mixed method has been named as inductive simultaneous design. The second one has been written as inductive sequential design. Why inductive? Because the qualitative part is playing the core part of the research. So similarly, if we go for the third design, in third design we can see that the quant and qual plus qual, but quant has been kept in upper cases and qual has been kept in lower cases. So here the thing is that both qualitative and quantitative techniques are happening or occurring simultaneously. But unlike the first 2 categories, in third category, the quantitative analysis is playing the core part and qualitative analysis is providing the supplementary part. So similarly, I hope all of you have got me, all of you have understood how these notations and clarifications have to be analyzed. So now here there are 2 differences. So I am not going each one of this technique. I believe all of you have understood this, but out of these 8 designs of mixed methods, there are 2 methods which are actually indicates multi-method. So let us look who are those multi-methods. See, qual plus qual. Look at the 5-number design. 5-number design of mixed method. In number 5, we can see that this is a mixed method which is using both qualitative components and which is using only qualitative components. Okay, qualitative components, and this qualitative, that means qual has been kept in upper case as well as lower case. But if we go by the definition, this actually doesn't fit under the mixed methods. But some of the researchers, some of the contemporary researchers are saying that this should also be considered as mixed method. But it doesn't match with it doesn't equate with the property of mixed methods, because here both the components are qualitative. Okay, so that means you remember the definition that I gave for multi-method. So this actually fits with the multi-method. Similarly, if we look at the if we look at the 7 number here, so the same thing again happening. Hello, sorry, not 7 number. Actually, it won't be 7 number. Sorry, I made a little mistake. Actually, this multi-method will happen only with, the sequential techniques. So that means here there are only two multi-methods. One is 6 and the other one is 8, because these are happening in sequential manner. So when it happens concurrently, so they won't be called as multi-method. Multi-method will be called only when the components or different methods of qualitative or quantitative techniques will be happening in sequential manner. Okay, so 6 and 8 are the two components. So now let me okay. So until now, I believe that I have been able to explain what the mixed method is. Now, I mean, let me share some of my thoughts in mixed methods. So of course, if we go the debate between qualitative and quantitative techniques in social science research, of course, the economist will always say that it is the quantitative techniques that plays the master. On the other hand, if we look at if we look into the techniques followed by the sociologist, or other than economist, other social sciences scholars, we will see that most of them or majority will be preferring to have qualitative techniques. Now my understanding is that the mixed method is definitely superior in terms of explaining research findings more over the other two techniques. My suggestion is that it is always wise for us to, if we go for mixed method techniques. Of course, the mixed method may not be applicable for each and every cases. For example, if you look at the financial data, or if you if you want to carry out some research on financial attributes, so which is purely quantitative in nature, so in that case qualitative technique may not give any fruitful result, so you go for quantitative techniques. But my suggestion is that in any situation, if you think that the qualitative and quantitative techniques can be used either sequentially or simultaneously, I will always suggest that you go for mixed method, because it is the mixed method that will give a solid foundation. Mixed method is basically a kind of method that adds that actually adds flesh to the bone. Or in other words, what I can say is that if we add qualitative techniques with quantitative techniques, qualitative techniques always gives flesh to our bone. It makes logical senses. It gives interpretation in much better way. So I can give you some examples. Honestly speaking, even few years back, I did not know that I actually used mixed methods, but with time I got to know that even some years back I started doing mixed method research. So I can give you some excellent examples of this research paper so that have used mixed method. So please see, my request, I don't know how many of the listeners are actually researchers. So if you do any research, if you do research in social sciences, please read this paper. Read this paper, this first one. This paper has been written by Michael Levin. He is a young faculty like us. He teaches at Johns Hopkins University, USA. He has written this paper on SAGE in Rajasthan, and this paper came out in Journal of Peasant Studies. This is the finest paper that anybody has ever produced on land disposition. And this chap has used, this mixed method. If you read his paper, I am sure that you will be fascinated by his way of understanding qualitative and quantitative things together. So alongside that, I have also kept three, four more, these references. If anybody wants to read or if anybody wants to know the mixed method research, please read this must read article. So I have kept it in red color, must read article. So this article has been published in a, this article has been published in a German journal. I cannot read it here, but this article is available online. You can search this article by its title on Google. So this article was published by Springer. This is a wonderful piece that will help you understand mixed method in much better way, probably the best way. So you must go through this it, and there are there are two more other references, so you can go through it. So with these few words, I stop here. Thank you so much for listening to me and giving me an opportunity to speak before you. Thank you. I stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Onimus. Thank you, Dr. Onimus. Thank you very much for your highly informative, intriguing, and very intellectual presentation. Now, I would like to open the floor for question and answer session. Participants, if you have any questions or queries, kindly write it down in the chat box, please. If anybody has any questions, kindly write it down in the chat box, please.
Please read out the question for me so that I can respond. Okay. So that I can respond.
Okay. The first question is by Ms. Rupa Biswas, and her question is, please explain more about analysis of qualitative data, like data obtained from case studies or focused group discussion.
Okay. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. So, see, I mean, thank you for the question, but you have to understand one thing. The qualitative, see, I used qualitative like terms, and I explained to some extent qualitative techniques in this context, because so mixed method is using qualitative as well as quantitative techniques. But okay, let me respond to your questions. So when we talk about case study, so you must remember that the case study involves a very minuscule sample size. Okay, so it can be one individual. It can be one individual, or it can be a family. So let me give you an example. So the best example of doing a case study could be in clinical research. Okay, so suppose we want to study that short-term memory loss. The short-term memory loss that we saw in Ghazini movie. Okay, Ghazini movie, how a man, forgets things within 5 to 10 minutes, and so this is a clear case. Okay, in case study is basically more precise, more focused, and it gives lot of nuances to the researchers. But the drawback of case study is that the case study takes only small sample size. So based on case study, you cannot generalize things. So the way we can do the way we can do in quantitative techniques. So case study is definitely very much informative, gives detailed nuances, and this is a very good technique for especially sociologists and social anthropologists. I forgot the other technique she said. What was the other technique?
It was case study. Wait a minute. Okay. Where was it? Kindly just hold on, please. Where did it go?
Ethnography. Did she say ethnography? No, focus group. I remember. Okay, no need to say focus group. So in focus group, see, when do we do focus group discussion? So focus group discussion is very much necessary very much necessary in a context when we want to study some target group. For example, give me one example. Suppose let me give an example from land disposition. Whenever this land acquisition takes place, so there will be some displacement. Okay, displacement may not take place. It depends upon the policies of the government. But let us assume that the land acquisition is causing some displacement. So this is a particular target group. Now, focus group discussion is very much important for a target group in a case so when the researcher is not very much aware about the quantitative techniques, or there are many other nuances, many other this qualitative aspects of the research, so which actually cannot be quantified. Okay, so for example, the kind of pain the target group, that means the displaced group witnessed through dispossession. So the kind of pain, the kind of social segregation they got. So this type of perception or qualitative this information cannot be quantified. So in such cases, what we do, so we use focus group discussion, and in focus group discussion also very much helpful in the sense that in a focus group discussion there will be 8 to 10 persons. So if one person forgets to highlight a very important point, the other can highlight that. So in focus group discussion, many nuances of things come up. So another example I can give you, that if you talk about the neighborhood cohesion, the disintegration of neighborhood cohesion. So if you look at the contemporary urban society, or even in village societies to some extent, you will see that the neighborhood cohesion is no more as intensive as it was 50 years back. So why this neighborhood cohesion is breaking, or how the neoliberal urbanism through land acquisition is breaking the neighborhood cohesion of the dispossessed villager. So if you want to perform a research study like this, so definitely focus group discussion will be very much helpful, because through focus group discussion you will be able to bring nuances of the issues, nuances of the research questions that lie with the topic. So thank you.
Okay, the next question is by Ms. Seema Datta. Her question is, hello. Yeah.
Yes, I'm listening.
The second question is by Ms. Seema Datta, and her question is, how to use narrative analysis in mixed methods, and how far is it applicable?
I think narrative analysis is very important. I can give you one example. I'll come to her point, but let me give you an example. Okay, I'll give you in fact two examples of two brilliant papers. One is written by the author, earlier I said Michael Levin. So this paper was on social capital and how land disposition is breaking the social capital. Okay, so this paper came out in one of the top journals of the world, that is World Development, in 2015. So you can please read that paper. In 2015 this paper came out. I give you one very latest example of a paper that has been written by Ritanjan Das. So he is a faculty based in UK. So Ritanjan Das has written a paper on this narrative case studies. And he has made a case study of Razarhat in Kolkata. So this paper is entirely based on qualitative or observational research and the kind of narration he has done. So this paper came out in Contemporary, Journal of Contemporary Asia, published by Routledge. Earlier on is also, World Development is published by Elsevier. So you can read, please do read these two research papers. I am sure they will be very much incentive. And the Ritanjan Das paper is on caste narratives in West Bengal. So now I come to your point, how narratives can be very much, this important in mixed method. So in when we talk about narrative kind of research in mixed method, you remember that the core part will be played by the qualitative techniques, qualitative data, not the quantitative techniques. Okay, so qualitative techniques or qualitative indicators will actually form the core part, and it will build the theorization and all. And based on those theorization, based on those theorizations and the data, qualitative data that you get from focus group discussion or observation or ethnography, you can make this narrations, and this narration will be to some extent followed by the this quantitative data. So but it may not be in mixed method, it may not be completely this narrative, unless and until, as I said in the last slide, the 6 and 8 number, unless and until we use multi-method techniques in, or we consider multi-method technique as mixed method. So complete narrative paper may not be possible through mixed method research, but yes, to a large extent you can produce a narrative narration on narrative papers on issues like prostitution, how customers behave with prostitute. You can make narrative research paper on caste, how scheduled caste and scheduled tribes are discriminated in the this social hegemony of upper caste in India. Although we don't see mass that kind of like mass discrimination in West Bengal, but it is very much there in North India. So discrimination is there. So here the lower caste, that means the scheduled caste, cannot go for a horse ride while going for this marriage. So it is there. So this narrative research paper can be very much there, but it may not be completely narrative unless and until, as I say, we include multi-method within the fold of a mixed method. So I will stop here.
Okay, sir. Hello.
Yes.
The next question is by Ms. Priyanka Roy, and she wants to know the difference between the multiple method and the mixed method.
The difference between multiple method and mixed method. Okay, so in this, probably you might have this escaped, or probably I was a little fast, so you could not get it. So when we talk about multiple method, so in multiple method, so what we do, so we use either methods of only qualitative techniques. In qualitative techniques, what we have seen a case study, focus group discussion, ethnography, then archival research, report, so archival research, and this, then report keeping and all, record keeping and all. So these are all the techniques of qualitative, methods. So what is multiple methods? In multiple methods, so generally what we do, we use different techniques of either qualitative methods or quantitative methods. So qualitative methods, so qualitative techniques and quantitative techniques won't be merged together in multiple method. Okay, so you remember these things. The multiple method will include only components of either qualitative methods or quantitative methods. Whereas in mixed method, what we do, we bring together components of both qualitative and quantitative techniques. Okay, so this is basically the major difference between multi-method and mixed method.
Okay.
So please, my request to you would be that you can share this PPT among the audience or listener or participants. So they will...
Hello, Animesh Roy, Sanjay.
Yes.
Please send it to my mail.
Yes. I'll send you the PPT. I mean, there is no conservatism in me. So anybody
Okay.
can get that. And as I said, you must read that.
All the participants.
Yes. Yes, and yes, Sanjay, as I said earlier, I urge all the participants, especially who are doing, mainly qualitative kind of research, please read that paper, the paper that came out in, came out in German journal. So this paper is also there in English, and this paper has been published by Springer, as I said. So it is a fabulous paper, and it will give all sorts of insights on mixed method. See, it's very much there on Google. Anybody can search the paper. I have given you the link. I'll share the PPT. I have given you the link. So you can share that, you can search that paper and you will get it. It will give you all sorts of insights. And the paper has been published in 2017.
Okay. So as we are running short of time, we also have two more technical sessions. I would like to pick up the last question for this session. The question is by Mr. Vijit Das, and his question is, can a hypothesis be developed in the sequential explorative model and be tested through quantitative data in the same research and backed by qualitative method? Let's say a study to understand political economy of the state and hazardous waste disposal of industries.
Yes, this can be done, but I am not very sure whether, because I don't know. I have never worked on waste management, so I don't know the research questions or the problems. I mean, very precisely that we have in this topic. But yes, the core, my core submission, my main submission is that yes, in mixed sequential mixed method, you can do this. You can make, you can make hypothesis building, or you can develop hypothesis and then you can test it and you can come to the conclusion. And I am one of the example of such method. So if you, I should, because since this is my paper, if I say, so it may look like that I am like projecting, but if you search by my name on Google, so you will get my latest paper. So that has come out in May 2020. So this paper is on Rajarhat, and this paper, the title of the paper is Disposition, Neoliberal Urbanism and Societal Transformation. Insight into Rajarhat, Newtown in West Bengal. So in this paper, I have exactly used this technique, sequential techniques. So sequential techniques, but here my theoretical, understanding started with the qualitative things, theorization and all, and then I, formulate research questions. I tested them empirically. I tested them statistically, and finally I linked up my quantitative data with the qualitative data, and I proved that yes, hypothesis testing can be done. But I tell you one thing here, I mean, you need to understand, I don't know whether you are a like beginner or you have already received your doctoral degree, but I tell you here one thing. So I always suggest go for research question. Don't go for hypothesis building, because the hypothesis building has some certain drawbacks, some lacuna. So research question is always better. Research question can be tested. Research question can be qualitatively proven, but hypothesis cannot be qualitatively proven. So hypothesis can be tested only through quantitative techniques. So my suggestion to you is that go for research question building, and then you can test qualitatively as well as quantitatively. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Animesh Roy. I extend my gratitude to you from the very bottom of Oracles and Ventricles. Thank you so much for your highly informative and illuminating lecture and presentation. Thank you so much. Now we'll be moving into the second technical session of this webinar. The second speaker of this webinar is Mr. Subir Das, and let me briefly introduce him. Mr. Subir Das is presently working as a deputy librarian at Vidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Mohanpur, Noida district of West Bengal. He obtained his MA, MLIS, MPhil from the University of Calcutta and postgraduate diploma in library automation and networking from IGNOU. He has served in various colleges in Kolkata, like the City College, the Netaji Subhas Engineering College, Future Institute Engineering and Management College, Sri Krishna College at Bagula under Kalyan University. And in the year 2014, he secured the first position in the West Bengal College Service Commission for the post of librarians. He has published more than 30 publications in national and international journals and conference proceedings. He has also developed the content of the website of West Bengal College Librarians Association, that is WBCLA, and BCKV, Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. He has also served as an assistant editor for a business school journal, Bhavishya Journal of Future Business School, during 2007 and 2010, and also worked as a joint editor for UGC Care Listed English quarterly journal entitled College Libraries, published by WBCLA. He also teaches the BLIS Bachelor of Library Science course under the Convergence scheme of IGNOU in Motichil College, Kolkata. He has served as a honorary general secretary of West Bengal College Library Association till 2015, and also associated with different library science professional organizations like DLA, ILA, IASLIC, WBCLA, etc. He is also serving as a governing body member of IASLIC. At present, he is also serving as the head examiner of Bachelor of Library and Information Science course in Netaji Subhas Open University since 2015. His topic today is software and tools in social science research. Now, I heartily welcome Mr. Subir Das in this webinar, and I request you to kindly take forward the proceedings. Thank you. Hello, Subir sir, are you there? Hello.
সুবিধা audio
Hello.
yes
Hello.
okay
Yeah, fine.
It is showing, no?
Yes,
Hello.
you're audible.
Okay.
Yes, you're visible.
Good evening to all. First of all, I just want to thanks to the teacher in charge of the Masdia College, Sudhir Ranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, that is Sanjoy, that is Somnath Bhattacharya, Bandhopadhyay, and also I would like to thanks to Sanjay Sarkar, the president of the college, that is Sunil Kumar Biswas, and also the first session, that is Dr. Animesh Rai. And today I just want to start my screen is showing. Hello. Hello. Hello.
hello audible
Okay, yeah, I have already given my screen. Screen is showing now. That is my PPT. Hello.
no
PPT is not coming.
no please present
Just a minute. Hold for a minute. My PPT is coming. Hello. Hello, Sanjay.
no
Still
please
it is not coming. Somehow the PPT is not coming.
Shubhi,
You
Shubhi,
have any
present now.
suggestion? Hello.
Present now करो. Present now करो. देखो
Present
down
now,
side है. Present now करो.
but it is not where it is.
Shandi,
Hello.
Right click, right down,
Right down है.
right
Right
down.
side. Arrow. There is your arrow. Shubhi.
Yes, present now. I'm clicking every time in present now. Hello.
Yes, try
Clicking
again.
on the. I'm clicking on the present now, but somehow it is not showing. No?
Try again.
Shubhi, देखो ओखाने
Hello.
দেখো ওখানে your entire screen আছে দেখো
Yeah,
এই উইন্ডো
I'm
আছে
clicking on the. I am on clicking on the enter skin.
not coming
No,
not show
এন্টার স্ক্রিন
but
ক্লিক
not
করার
for
পরে
PPT
স্যার উপরে দেখুন একটা কম্পিউটারের ছবি এসেছে ওর মধ্যে ক্লিক করুন করে শেয়ার করুন একদম একদম
ওকে 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 ওকে
এবার স্যার পাওয়ার পয়েন্ট অন করুন
ওই তো
Okay.
হ্যাঁ ওকে
হ্যাঁ
ওকে
ঠিক
ওকে
আছে ঠিক আছে
Okay.
Okay, please.
Somehow. Yes. I think it is showing now. No.
okay okay
Hello?
thank you proceed
Okay. So today I'm just trying my level best to show you some sort of software and tools which is regularly using in social science research. But my presentation is totally a little bit of different because we know that some sort of softwares has already been available in our, especially the domain of social science research, especially R or SPSS like that. But I'm trying my best to giving you some sort of different type of softwares, a different type of tools, especially in these days are available. And most of the cases, it is unknown to us. So I just show you few of them, how it could be help us to regarding the research area of the social science. So my first slide is going to some sort of definition issue, but my the plenty number of definition and n number of definition are available for the social science research. But my all the slides and all the presentation is related with the scientific study. The social science is nothing but a scientific study of human society and social relationship. So in this context, the entire slides and entire presentation will go up. So social science research works answer many of the questions. We know that we have some sort of human behavior related matters. We can get these things. So in this process, in this entire slides in the next one, I just show you the scientific methods, research, tools, techniques, how these can help you out to get the proper information, proper research data, and like that. So we know that our slides and our tools are mainly focused on this in this particular area. It may be happen that there's some sort of research data, it may be different, but my slides, my presentation will be go with this particular four main types of best of methods of collection. That is observational data, that is the experimental data, that is another is simulation data, another is compiled data. In case of observational data, hello.
okay
Yes, audible. Yes.
Okay. So in case of the observational data, we know that the observational data are mainly captured through the observation, of a behavior or activity. So is there any software or the tools are available in this part to get some sort of automatic data simulation from there? So it is the collection by using methods such as the human observation, like open-ended survey, or like use of instrument or sensor. Sensor nowadays is using to monitor and record the information, especially in the social science, such as if you go to the airport of Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport, censored to observe the noise level. What is exactly the noise level of the Minneapolis St. Paul's International Airport? Because observational data are captured in real time. So what type of softwares, what type of tools, or what type of this type of various entities are specially available to get this type of observational data? So I just want to show you a little bit of, because plenty of studies has already been done in this particular area of the research area, especially in the social science research, and especially in this social science too. And as far as my knowledge goes, more than 400 research tools nowadays, more than 400 to 500 research tools are available only for the for the purpose of the research in the social science arena. So in case of and my later on is the experimental, that is the data, that's the data collected through the active intervention by the researcher. What is that? So experimental data, that is mainly typically allow the researcher to determine a causal relationship and typically projectable to a large population. This type of data are maybe reproducible, but it often can be very expensive to do, because the experimental data are collected through actually mainly by the researcher to produce a massive change or create the difference when a variable is altered. In case of simulation data, where we can see that the simulation data are generally by imitating the operation of a real world process. Suppose, for example, for a predict weather condition, right? Just because we know very well the prediction of the weather is very much important nowadays. Economic models, chemical reactions, seismic activity, this type of method is very much used, especially in this simulation data. In case of derived or the compiled data, we can know that it is involved using the existing data points, like suppose some combining area, some sort of the population data from the twin cities metro area to create the population density data. This type of combining data we can get from this compiled data. So is it possible to get this type of data from various tools are nowadays available for the world, especially in all the developing countries? They are or the developed countries, they are using plenty number of tools for their research. I have already mentioned that more than 400 to 500 research tools nowadays, all the researchers, especially the research scholar, are regularly using. So, in my presentation, before starting regarding the various tools, I just want to give you the little outline of the social science regarding the social science software and tools. We know that the social science means the social science are related to the subject of anthropology, archaeology, economics, geography, history, law, linguistics, this type of subject. And software is like nothing but a program, or even other operating information is used through this computer, which is done through this software. And especially in case of tool is a device. Tool is a computer app that enable us to do something. And with this tool, with this software, some sort of techniques are very much important. How could we manage this all the software, all these apps is very much important in this part. The technique is nothing but a process or procedure that we follow. For example, there are several guidelines for how to construct an effective scientific experiment, case studies, checklist, interviews, this type of things. So my next slide will be like that. The review of software tools for social science research. If we go through it properly, then we know that suppose a particular sociology student or those who are the budding social scientists have started to work with quantitative data to various analytical software nowadays. Even innumerable software programs that is forced to researcher to organize and clean their data. Software and tools of our pre-programmed commands that allow everything for a basic to quite advanced forms of analysis. So this type of data we are getting from the various type of softwares, various types of tools. Even so, social science research, especially tools like R type of software is a very popular open source software. We know very well, because today I don't want to say any single word regarding the R, because R, SPSS, SPSS is already paid software, are very much popular. Everybody knows it very properly. I do not have, or I think that I could not able to add anything else regarding my knowledge for this particular R or SPSS. So I'm just trying my level best with my presentation. Those are very much unknown, unfamiliar to others, but very much popular, especially the developing countries, where, or the developed countries, especially in America, or especially in the UK and European Union. They are using plenty number. Even the few days back, just months or 2 months back, I just enjoyed a fantastic webinar done by the SAGE, and they are researcher in UK. They have done extensive research regarding the tools are available in social science research. Fantastic research over there, and more than 400 tools they are discovered, which are generally all the researchers, especially the social science researcher, regularly using it. The social science research tool, mainly the primary tools as surveys related tools, interview tools, field observation tool, experimental tools, this type of things, all the social scientists, especially those are working in this matter, those are the teachers, those are the scientists, those in this particular area doing their research, they are know very well than me, because being I am a librarian point of view, I just give you some sort of software in the basis of like that, what type of visualization software which has helped for the survey, interview, field observation, experimental, like that. What is the social media analysis type of software? What is the spatial analysis of software? What is the content analysis of software? What is the data collection of software? So this type of 5 area I just to cover up to my entire presentation in the next few minutes. So the review of software tools were so I just start with because I have already mentioned that the visualization, social media, spatial analysis, content analysis, data collection. So I'm just starting with my presentation. That is the data visualization tool. This is a very, very crucial part nowadays. More than 100 visualization tools are available. Out of 100, more than 70% of the software nowadays available in open source. So data visualization software is nothing but a visual representation of data. If you see the 3 pictures I have been given in this particular slide, that all the data showing very correctly, very attractively. Well, later on I also show you different type of the data visualization tools, how it is showing very properly, how it is very attractive to the particularly user point of view. So it should tell us a story, where you see the first picture over here, it is like that in some sort of, this type of the better stores with numbers. We can manage it, this type of presentation with this visual representation of data. So data visualization comes in many forms, especially simple Excel charts to PowerPoint graphs. All the things we can accommodate, we can very easily can match it with this particular data visualization tools. So if you want to create your own maps, if you want to create your graphs, charts, diagram, but don't have the software to do, here are 5 top-notch applications which will let you create the professional quality data visualization. I'll show you in my next slide. So I'm just starting with the data visualization tools, which is very fantastic. It is done by this is the data visualization shows the Human Right Protection Index in 1950 to 2014 and the Human Right Violation Index in 2014 for 50 countries. See how fantastically it has been showing to whenever this particular data picture will show in the research related papers, you can astonish how easily can, because this type of graphs and presentation we are giving to more attraction, more easily to understand, because I have already mentioned that data visualization software provides a visual representation of data. So whenever the visual representation of data will be clear cut very much, whenever we see that the example of the data visualization tools, especially the visualization shows that the very fantastically, very clearly, very promptly, a fantastic clear picture regarding a particular reports like that. In my next slide, I'm studying with the Tableau Public is a paid service, but this particular software having a 3, 4, 5, 6 version. One version is Tableau plus Public is a free version of the software. Whatever software I am regularly using, this is the best I think for the purpose of visualization software. So in case of the Tableau plus Public software, you can get the data storytelling. Data will say, data will tell some sort of story. So whenever the data presentation will be like that, a particular, whenever your research data will showing you, will say you, will clearly communicate with you like a storytelling manner. So this type of Tableau Public, what exactly the Tableau Public is in the last part I have already mentioned that Tableau Desktop, Tableau Server, Tableau Online, Tableau Prep, Tableau Public. But in case the Tableau Public is a free software, because you can see that how clearly mention the different types of the presentation. Whenever you show it in any presentation, whenever you show it your research paper, whenever you show it for the purpose of any report, then the person who is reading the entire report will be clear cut, crystal clear, the what exactly your research data are willing to produce. So Tableau Public is essentially free version. I have already mentioned it. To allows to use the most of the software functions as create a visualization and connect to the CSV file or text file or Excel file. It is possible. Tableau Public is a free software. I have already mentioned that. But anyone, it is very important. Is here is the point is that allow anyone to connect to a spreadsheet or file or create interactive data visualization for the web. Tableau Public is also a great option for anyone who wants to create the public facing visualization. So I just go for the next one, that is the Infogram. It is the paid service, but I'm just giving you only because you have to know these things. All the foreign universities, all the well-known established universities, they are regularly using it. Why these particular things are very much? I have already given the fully featured drag and drop visualization tool. Because some sort of how to properly use this type of tools we don't know. How to properly manage the software we don't know. Then how could you do these things? In this respect, I'm always like, because especially in case of tools, especially in case of apps, especially in case of any softwares, those were regularly newly coming to our domain. We don't know exactly what is the feature is available. How could we know these things? Because whenever we go to the YouTube or go to the Google and write the specific phrase that how to use Infogram, then you can get a plenty number of YouTube videos for this particular purpose. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 according to your language preference, according to your wish, you can open it and see how this particular software very much easily can accessible. Because all the software company, those who are regularly making it, they think that the people, those who are regularly using it, their knowledge is not like that the software people. Because most of the general people, they are regularly using WhatsApp, they are regularly using Facebook, they are regularly using Google type email system in Yahoo and other domain, or they are using this type of email, Facebook, WhatsApp, this type of things without only they just know the basic principle, the basic how they should run the entire issues, they know it very well. So this type of things are very much important for the software people. That is why nowadays all the software is coming with very user-friendly mode. So I also go for this infogram whenever you use it, because and another is very nowadays whenever we first start with the various types of visualization tools, or any types of like chart, bar chart, pie chart in Microsoft Excel, we never see that some sort of color is also very taking a very important role. So this is a particular web home page. In my previous this is the home page of Infogram. This is the home page of Tableau. This is the home page of Tableau. Sorry, this is the home page of Tableau. So Tableau public. This is the Tableau public. The next page. This is the home page of Infogram. This is the home page of the chart block. But whenever a chart block, you see the how color is important nowadays. And slowly I will show you how, in case of the Google chart, is it freely available, you know that various type of charts nowadays available with this particular Google chart. It's a very powerful free data visualization tool that is specifically for creating the interactive charts for embedding. Yes, it is embedding with online. So most of the time I'm trying my level best to give you the software related with visualization too. So this particular I regularly use it is Plotly. Plotly I like it very much because there are various type of 3D 4D model. Whenever you use it, is a very easiest way to operation. So whenever you use it, that is plotly.com. Whenever you go, that is I have already given the particular website of this, the chart studio, plotly.com. Whenever you go over there, you can search it, you can get it, and different types of 3D modeling, different types of charts, different types of colors, different types of you just put your detailed data like that. I don't know you are showing it is not. You can see it or not. This type of Excel sheet automatically will come. Then we just put the value. Sorry. Just put out the value and automatically enter picture, enter visualization, figure will automatically be created, and then this particular created picture you just copy it and paste to your research paper. So whenever you are presenting a particular research paper, it is also very much important is that whenever you discussing or analysis something a little bit of in different way, then in general people in the general whenever the same fraternity, whenever they just read it, if you properly manage it properly with this type of the visualization tools, then they are the presentation, it could be very presentable, and that presentation will be very super high. And if you do it properly, because I'm just emphasizing the words of properly, because if you do it properly, you just check it, just make a article and just incorporate this type of software and software related based various charts and figures, and you just upload it to the open source software or open source publication, then you can see thousand people will it, because the presentation is a very much important nowadays. And in case of the presentation, this type of the visualization tools is also taking a very crucial role. So I'm just stop here for the visualization tool for regarding already mentioned 4 or 5 tools which sometimes I'm using, especially I am using this one, that is the Plotly.1, and also some Google charts, and this on chart blocks and the Infogram and Tableau also I am using, but Infogram and chart blocks I'm using a little bit, not very much, but I'm very much happy with this Plotly.com. But other data visualization tools also, the visualization tools is available more than 100 or 200. It may be more than 200, it may be. But this type of Taxable, this type of Shiny from the studio, this type of Workbench, this type of Neighborhoods, these again, these Negrovia or the Workbench or the Shiny from Art Studio or Textable, this is also a free open source software. Workbench also the free open source software. It is easily available in web. Even Shiny is a very interesting software or tools, because Shiny allows you to build interactive web apps for visualizing data straight from R. So whenever you're using R, because nowadays R is using very much, all the researchers are using R. But if you use the Shiny from an Art Studio package, then Shiny allows you to build the interactive web page of the visualizing data straight from the R. In case of the Textable, Textable is an open source program for text analysis. So I later will show you whenever we go for the text related data presentation, then how this Textable is very much taking an important role for this purpose. So I'll go for the next part. Before stopping this area of the visualization tools, I'm just showing this 6 to 8 visualization tool, that is Textable, Shiny, Workbench, Neighbors, Plotly, Google Charts, Chartbox, Infogram, and also the Tableau Public. So my next for is social media analysis. A very important tool nowadays, because social media means the Facebook, social media means Twitter. These types of social media is taking a very crucial, important role in our life. So various social media analytical tools nowadays available. Why? Because Sport Social, Averio, Taplin Lens, BuzzSumo, Snapclick, Scarlet, Keyhole, Google Analytics, this type of already available in our market. Or some of them are easily you can access it. But today I'm already mentioned that I'm to trying my level best, which is very much not very much popular or not very much unknown to us. I'm just trying to show you this type of tools to you. So in case of the social media analysis, this particular allow us to better focus for time, for effort, for budget. So whenever we got the data, and analytics also help us to social media performance report, also help us with our team, with our stakeholders to identify our social media competitors. Who is our competitors? How could I know the entire data regarding my or regarding my competitors or to my competitors? So gathering data, analyzing the competitors' activity, analyzing their website content, using this particular data, these type of things are as a big issue, So that is why the tools, more than I have already seen 40-50 tools in this part. I don't know how many numbers of tools are available for this social media analysis, but I especially mention in this part that is the social media example, some sort of social media monitoring tools. How I'm just giving one example on each in every area. Suppose whenever I'm starting with a visualization tool, I'm just giving a example of data visualization tool. How this particular pictures fantastically show us of the data visualization of the Human Right Protection Index and also the Human Right Violation Index. So and now I'm just going to straight to the next, that is the social media monitoring tools. What is the social media monitoring tools? Suppose you are you having a plenty of tweeters. Twitter nowadays is taking an important role for us. So you just want to some sort of keywords. What type of keywords are regularly using by the users of the Twitter? So in this perspective, you just entering the 3 like tracks, that is Chicago investment and investor. So suppose it is a part of investment related company or investment related a particular people want to research it, or you may search it in Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, whatever it may be, but they just want to research it. That is the very handy tools. Whenever you use it, very handy tools, you can able to search it properly. You can get the right data so that you can present it to the right form and right manner. So it is the example of the social media monitoring tools. So I first go to the hot suite. this particular tools are nowadays is super hit in case of you can monitor the conversation relevant, even you can monitor the conversation relevant to your business. Suppose my business working some sort of data, I'm searching who the particular persons are interested in this matter, in this particular matter. So when some sort of conversation is going on, from that conversation, your hotsuite.com, that is the hotsuite, this particular tool particularly catch this particular word and just show you this particular person are working or somehow saying this particular words. So it may be your probable very good or your probable business person or business related matters or business people to whom you should want to contact. So this type of the social media monitoring tool are nowadays very popular. In case of digital DNA, it is also another tool. Digital DNA is nothing but developed by the Stefiocracy as an Italian company, Institute of Informatics and Telematics, Italian National Research Council. It is designed for assessing the reliability of accounts and contents. So reliability of accounts, I have already been whether my Facebook account, whether it is fake, because we know very well that nowadays some sort of the people, they are using the fake ID, using just anytime they just make a username password from Google or any other email domain and just open a Facebook account or Twitter account, and they're just using according to. So this particular software, that is the digital DNA, they just very easily show you or easily confirming you whether this particular, detecting you whether this particular ID is fake or is a bot account. So online social networking accounts, they are related various tools nowadays, because these type of things are taking a very important role in research area nowadays. Cosmos, I think you just show it that whatever the software I have been given, I am also trying my level best to show you the entire website where you can get the data regarding this matter. So my next one is Cosmos. Cosmos is a cloud-based software, the cloud-based software package. And suppose a particular company want to get some sort of data from Twitter data, maintained and distributed by Social Data Science Lab. The tool is totally free for academic institution and non-profit organization, and has functionalities for network analytics and data visualization. So this particular Cosmos, it is done by a Social Data Science Lab. It is created by them, and it is a fantastic software. Sometimes back I have already been used this tool also. And next one is Netletic. Netletic is also the cloud-based software or cloud-based tools. I have already given the particular homepage. Whatever the homepage is available, see, it is the homepage of Social Data Lab. So it is the homepage of the Netletic. So in case of Netletic, so it is mainly the public APIs to collect post from Twitter. So this particular, whenever you use it, they collect the post from Twitter, they collect the post of Instagram, they collect the post of YouTube. Suppose you are a company with a plenty of manufacturing unit, or you are somehow want to grab some sort of research data regarding market research. So you do not have the profile of anyone else, but whenever you just taking the help of this type of software or this type of research software, research tool, that you can get the data from the Twitter of a particular person, or even a group of person, a total number of person, those who are somehow written the word, or somehow this type of matters they are interested, because already they have already filled up the what is the exactly the interest area whenever he just open the account. or suppose because you do not have any access, but this particular software can easily access it through and grab your data regarding the Twitter and Instagram from there they can collect the data, and accordingly a very good data and analysis you can get it, and it could be a very informative, very important research data nowadays, because most of the time our mobile phone are working with WhatsApp, Facebook, these type of things. So what the people are really thinking, what exactly their choices, what exactly they want to read, what exactly they just want to buy, this type of information, this type of you know um, this type of information is very crucial nowadays. That is why this type of research nowadays doing a very crucial role for the part. So next one is social feed manager. Social feed manager is a fantastic open source software that harvests social media data and web resource from the Twitter, Tumblr, Flickr, Sina, Webio. In the previous one, you see that sorry. Uh, in case of the digital DNA, they are detecting the fake account and like that. But in HotSuite, they are relevant to the business. But in case of the Cosmos, this is for academic institution function for the visualization data. This is for the Netlytic, yes. This is for the Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. So they are functioning with this matter. But whenever you go for the social feed manager, this particular working with the other social site, that is Twitter, Tumblr, Flickr, Sina. This is also because it is not very much popular in our country, but the other countries, these are very popular app over there. So it is also a very important, this particular software or the tools also taking a very important role to empower researchers, to empower faculty members, students, archivists to collect, to manage, and to export social media data. So on the social media data, the plenty number of softwares. I have already received search it and got 70 open source free software are available. 70 free open source data. That is, you can realize that how much all the big universities, all the developed universities in the foreign countries, especially Europe, America, and UK, and other countries, they are most of the cases already been started to make a different softwares, different tools for their survey related matter, especially in case of the social media analysis tools. So the social media analysis tools below the support researcher with collecting, cleaning, labeling, and further analysis for the visualization of social media. Plenty number of software names over there. I'm just giving few of them for that particular purpose. So now already I have been completed two parts, that is a visualization and social media. Now I go for the another tools related matters, that is tools for the spatial analysis. This particular spatial generally used for the geographical aspects, because the spatial analysis refers to the discovery of trends or patterns in the data patterning to the spatial or the geographical aspect of the data. The spatial analysis is often based on the techniques of annotation of data, such as georeferencing or name entity recognition, or may lead to the visualization or modeling in the form of maps. So this particular tools for the spatial analysis, are also taking a very important PostGIS, also taking a very important role in this matter, because I have already mentioned that those more or less or somehow the popular, I'm not want to discuss today, because those particular software in foreign or developed countries using, and they think that this particular software are very much good for their research. I'm just on that particular software is also unknown to us. I'm just trying my level best to show you this type of softwares today. In case of the example of the spatial, because every time I'm just giving one example of spatial analysis. See over here. So a particular area and their weather condition, this graphically how clear and crystal clear it is. So if you know the particular area, if you know the particular point of the particular area, and if you know this where the entire geographical related matters are clearly, this is the performing spatial queries. So it is a performing spatial queries done by a particular source have been taken. So this is also a very important example for the spatial analysis. I'll start with the NeighborVis. So NeighborVis is a free open source this type of geospatial semantic event data. This is a visual analytics also. So this is the website of the NeighborVis, but this is the homepage of the particular site. So especially within a large city or town or suburban or rural area, this particular data or this particular software can work very efficient. Another very important free open source software, that is the QGIS. QGIS is also the very the free open source software, and it is the open source software. It is done through the Linux, Androids, and also the Windows base. It is a very user-friendly open source geographic information system, and it is a license under the GNU, that is General Public License. But it is a very important thing is that, so whenever you use it, because the community events, what is exactly the community is doing nowadays, what is exactly the the geographic information, especially the particular community area, how the entire community can get or the community related information, you can map, you can get the information, you can get the particular geospatial related issues, especially. So it is especially the entire free and open source geographic information system is QGIS. My next one is the Gephi. Gephi is also the free open source software. It is also available in you can open source. You can easily download in Windows, Macs, and Linux. Gephi is a tool for data analytics. So some sort of you grab plenty number of data, but you need also how this particular data can be analyzed properly. So the data analytics and scientists, those who are the data analysts, those who are the scientists, very keen to explore the understand the graph. So like Photoshop, but for graph data. The user interacts with the representation, manipulation the structure, shapes, and color to reveal the hidden patterns. So whenever the colors is important, whenever the graphs is important, whenever the graph and color, it should be like the Photoshop like that, then you should go with Gephi. Because I'm just giving you some sort of information, because I just give you the outlines of this particular software, because whenever you use it, you Google it, you YouTube it, whenever you know it, each of them, then you can find out how it is a very important part of our life, those who are associated with the research area. So the tools I have already mentioned 3, 4, 5. So I just conclude over here with the three, that is ArcGIS, ARCGIS. It is paid software. It is very interesting software, because all the developed countries and the universities, most of the universities are using that is ArcGIS. Another one is Rigoto. That is the free open source software. It is a provide a personal workplace where you can upload, collect, and organize your source material, text, images. You can easily do these things. Another one is Kato. Kato is also free software. But in case of the Kato, is a cloud-based mapping, analysis, and visualization software for specially built for the spatial application for both mobile and web. So my next slide is related with content analysis tool. So I have already been completed 3 parts. That is the spatial analysis, that is the tools for the social media, and this is the tools for the visualization tools. Now I am going to the another part, that is spatial analysis, that is content analysis tool. In case of content analysis tool, you know, there are the content.
Shubhita, please, Shubhita, please unmute. You are muted.
So unmute your microphone, sir.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes, audible.
Yes, present. Okay.
So you see, so my presentation is showing now. Hello. PPT.
Yes, showing.
Visible. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a minute. So I'm just trying best to show you regarding the content analysis research tool. So in case of content analysis, you know, another very important part, because you know, in case of the content analysis, text analysis also very important tools in this particular area. What is a text analysis? Suppose by instance, one particular word, you know, you having a plenty thousand crores of words, but you know, in this particular things I have been tried by level based, you know, a few months back. The central government already been published a education policy. Could you remember this thing? Sorry. Central government published a education policy at that time. So it's a big report over there. But I just want to search it whether as a library people, or how many types of the library words are coming, or how many number of times this particular word of the library is been mentioned in there. Is it possible to you? Suppose it maybe happen whenever you do this content shift F, control shift F, through this you can find a word. It is okay. But you know, whenever you want to analysis with a report like that, the how many times of library or the compare with the other words. So this type of particular word, or the systematically, for example, looking at the types of words used or phrase used, a particular phrase, you cannot search it phrase in control F. Or this can be particularly useful for finding all instance of a specific word within a particular text. So this type of the content analysis nowadays is taking a very crucial role in research. Those who are trying, or those who are thinking that to do some sort of research in this particular area, then I think this type of tools would be the very because this particular analysis researcher can quantify, researcher can analyze the presence, and researcher can relationship of certain words, certain particular concept, particular themes. They can quantify it, they can analysis it. So this type of the content analysis tools mainly in this particular COVID period, plenty number of sentiment analysis been done by the researcher. So this type of sentiment analysis, this type of information retrieval, because we are using Google Meet and somebody using the Zoom, or this type of various type of people are using various type of video conferencing tool. So in case of the information retrieval, so today I am using the word tools, social science tools. How many number of tools are using by me or the other webinar or the other people? Can you do physically? Can you do these things? No, but software can do this. So the relevant techniques, including the topic modeling, including the sentiment analysis, including the discourse analytics, all name entity recognition can be done. These are the I have already mentioned that text analysis nowadays is taking very important role. So important role, I'm just showing you some sort of example of the content analysis. Say that is the word cloud, that is the customized ink, what type of ink for using this particular word, that is the statistics, how many times this particular word using, this type of words, this type of research in nowadays doing plenty number of research. If you go to the repositories where we can find out plenty number of foreign research of minor research or the major research, whatever it could be, to see over there the plenty number of researchers working over there in this particular area. So we have to think of it, and whenever we just start to think of it, just a minute. Whenever we just want to think of it, we have to think without this particular type of software, without this type of particular of tools, we cannot do these things. So this is the example of the content analysis. So I'm starting with the Wine tools. Wow, Wine tools is a completely free open source software, and it is easily available in web. So whenever you just write this particular ID like winetools.org, if you use it, then the Wine tools is a web-based reading and analysis environment for the digital text. I think whenever this session will be over, I'm just giving you my my email ID. So anyone having any question later on, because whenever you use it, because how to install it, how to use it, I do not give you any solution, because only thing is that step by step I just able to write it. But this is the process nowadays. This is the system nowadays. With the help of the YouTube, with the help of various videos, with the help of the real-time videos, we can get it very properly. So why you have to ask it? Because already been solution in your head. But one thing is that whenever this type of digital text or the in what count or tech cloud creation, what concordance or what trending, what is the particular word now it is trending? Papok chap in Bengali, heavy chap hoye gelo. This type of words are the general students are regularly using. But what type of words the people are using especially in writing whenever they are using in social media? So this type of research nowadays is taking a very crucial role, because society is changing. If you do not know the vocabularies, if you do not know the phrase, if you do not know the sentences where exactly the people are slowly turning to other area, other options, it is possible only through this particular software tools. And with this particular software tools, you go with some sort of research and research related activities. I go for the next one, that is Quantdata. It is very fantastic because it is related with R package. So whenever you Quantdata is related with the R package for managing and analyzing the textual data, you collect the plenty of data. Suppose COVID, How many times of COVID are using by my area or those who are associated with my Facebook friends in last 15 days? How could you, how the people are panicked? How the people are panicked with the COVID related matters? Do you have any data in your hand? Suppose with this helping of this particular tool, you collect the data. Now the question is analysis. How this particular analysis could be done? So in case of the Quantidata, is our package for managing and analyzing the textual data it is developed by the Kenneth Benoit and other contributors. It is initially developed for supporter of European Research Council grant, but later on, it is free, it is open source, it is already available in web. You do not want to go for download it. You just this particular write this one quantdata.io, and it is completely free. It is open source. You just use it. So this type, sometimes I thinking that we just want to write a particular research paper. So in your Facebook, in your WhatsApp, in your Twitter, already some sort of tools are available where you can get some sort of information. Those are associated with you. So it could be a very good paper. And if you go through the various types of repositories, open source resources, open OER, open access repositories, this type of open access information system will give you plenty number of resources to know further how these things can make a difference nowadays. TikTok. It is not a TikTok like TikTok. It's also free version, also the paid version. Both are available. In case of the paid version, their options are more. But TikTok is why it is very, very, very popular. Especially, it is trained with a small set of manually annotated documents. Suppose you just manually some sort of documents you just tagged with. So TikTok can then be used to process a set of novel documents wherein automatically generated predictions are made. That's the beauty of this particular product. I just don't want to say anything else about this because free information. I just want to show you first of all what exactly the looks of this particular website and what exactly the name of this particular site and what exactly the particular site, some sort of little bit of information regarding this particular software. But tools, Tacit. It is also the free open source software is easily available in Windows. Whenever you open it, especially in case of Windows or in Linux or in any, it is also free and open source. It is very interesting. Why? Because it is this particular text analysis with psychological research, with measuring the psychological and demographic properties can be done. Every tool having some sort of specialties in this pattern. So using the concept computational text analysis is slowly becoming a field norm. I don't know whether you know it or you already using it, because as a social scientist, you are very much aware of this particular matter, especially in case of Tacit. Tacit are a text analysis tool, but takes with the psychological related matter research, takes with the measuring the psychological and demographic related properties, and the computational text analysis is slowly becoming a field norm. So it is the website and also the homepage of this particular site. So I'm just concluding over here regarding the analysis tools. But before concluding, again I am showing you another 2-3. It is very in precise manner. This is the these 3 homepage also available over here. But in case of Textable, Textable is open source program for text analysis. Okay, I have already mentioned it in the first that the Textable is a very in case of the visualization tools, it is also textable can be used. In case of the content analysis tool, it may can be used. So it is very whenever text from files, suppose whenever we using some sort of file from outside, then this particular file from my pen drive, or particular file which I have been created for the other purpose, or particular file, some sort of data already been grabbed from the different sorts of areas, this particular file or segment, this particular software measures the segment diversity. Segment diversity. This particular software is able to measure the segment diversity, which the user combines the using a visual interface to build custom analytic workflows. Another part is yield files. It is also free, open source. It is also free and paid version is available. Another part is JFE. JFE, I like it very much because JFE is tools for data analytics and scientists keen to explore and understand graphs. So somehow some graphs they just want to explore it through this particular JFE tools. I never use it, but whenever before starting this particular presentation or making this particular presentation, I just read out the plenty of papers, plenty of articles. They are in more, some sort of scientists are regularly mentioning this JFE tool. So that is why in other contents in a listing matter, I'm just mentioning this. My next one is data collection tools. So in case of data collection tools, is all the social scientists, especially in case of our country, that is the survey, that is the interview method, that is the experiment, that is the ethnographic observation, that is these type of things are related with data collection. So if you want to collect some sort of data, and later on if this particular data we just connect or embed it with the softwares, then some sort of very super fine result, because especially in case of the social science research, somehow sometimes or some researcher regularly said that the data is somehow it may not be correct, because one data is related to each other. So whenever they just cross check it, then some sort of irregularities or some sort of mismatching we just seen it. But in case of computer based data analysis can be maybe done for the purpose of survey, for the purpose of interview, for the purpose of experiments, then then it may be, I think, very more correct, because data collection tools refer to the devices and instrument used to collect data, such as paper questionnaire, computer assisted interview system, case studies, checklist, interviews. So I think this survey or the questionnaire are all tools used to collect data. So we regularly know that the survey and questionnaire is a very important tool for, but this particular Conseries is an application that enable you to collect, explore, and share data anytime, from anywhere, even if you don't have access to the internet when carrying out field studies. So just collect the field studies and able to put over there, then the automatic analysis, because it is, suppose internet is not over there, only you just download the software and you can easily input your data for result. So this is a very interesting concept. This is one software I have been mentioned over here, but now my concluding part is here, that the future research, especially the social science research, will lead with research tool. So there is a vast range of software tools available for social scientists looking to work with big data and computational methods, but finding the right tools for a research project is not always easy. Because whenever I have already mentioned that a particular research done by the SAGE, more than 500 research tools nowadays available for the social scientists. So which tools are social researcher currently using, or which tools are our peers are regularly using? The characteristic of these tools and trends over time, we have to know it very well. So with these few words, I'm just trying my level best to show you the data collection tools, analysis tools, example, the content analysis tools, and spatial analysis related tools, example of social media analysis tools, example of social media monitoring tools, example of the visualization tools. With these 4 or 5 areas, I'm just trying my level best to show you some sort of the software and tools which are nowadays most of the cases unknown, but the various scientific papers, researchers are showing that they are regularly using it. I've already mentioned several times that nowadays also all the leading publishing house want to develop some sort of tools for the betterment of research, especially in the area of social science. With these few words, I don't know whether it could be very fruitful or not. I'm just concluding here my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for your highly enlightening, excellent. Hello. Yeah.
If you have any question,
hello.
You may ask.
Oh, thank you very much, sir, for your excellent, very enlightening, energetic, and an eye-opening presentation. Now, I would like to open the floor for question and answer session. If you have any questions, kindly write it in the chat box. The first question is by Ms. Pallavi Das, and her question is, how important are SPSS, R, Python for social science research?
These three are very popular now.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. These three software very, very popular nowadays. SPSS, whenever if you buy it, in more than lakhs, if you buy it for the full version. But most of the cases, the people are using it somehow, manage it through anywhere. But it is a very, very strong software. I know very well. SPSS. Even nowadays, whenever I started my career with R, because I go to the Jadavpur University and over there, one person and one courses I have been completed over there for the art purpose. At that time, it is somehow code based. But nowadays, R is very user friendly. If you regularly search it, if you regularly go to the particular R software, plenty of already been done type of module over there. You just choose a particular one and make it according to your convenience. So I think that these three, that is R, SPSS nowadays taking a very crucial role. But this type of R, SPSS, it is a more or less every part is covering. But I am showing today is that some sort of a software, some sort of area, because R is a completely open source software. I have already mentioned 2 or 3 tools are today that may be integrated with the R. So whenever you integrate it with this R software, this particular 2-3 tools, then you will get the plenty number of information with a sophisticated data analysis process. So that is the thing. So you just use it SPSS, you just use it R, you just use it those were the very popular software nowadays. But you have to know it to integrate it, the other software with this particular software, so that the new area where the new research arena nowadays is coming, you have to integrate it with this part. Otherwise, you can't go with the time. That's all.
Okay. Second question is from Ms. Jaisri Prem Kumar. And her question is, where can we obtain data visualization tools?
Data visualization, suppose you are writing an article or you are writing a thesis, or suppose you are presenting a particular presentation, or suppose a particular report you just want to submit in your institution, or you just you just want to write a proposal for minor research project. You know, nowadays it is the tendency of the people. If you know I have already mentioned 2-3 today, that is how the people's mind research is possible. Because you know, most of the cases, whenever your students given you a particular letter, you just read out only the few important lines, not A to Z. Whenever you submit a 100 pages research proposal, they just only go through with you know, some sort of, you know, so whenever if you able to produce a particular graphical representation with all of your ideas which you want to research it for your research project, or if you want to present it in a particular conference, or if you want to present it or write it for your article, then this type of visualization tool will give you massive interest to others. They feel that, they think that, then they will read out if initially they felt interest on this particular area. So visualization tool, visually it could be very attractive. You know, most of the cases, whenever you just show you a particular research related report, it is most of the cases, if you give some sort of picture related matters, then it could be very attractive, especially in case of social science research. In case of scientific research, they are already given plenty number of science related matters and chemical related reaction and everything. But in case of social science research, if you give them some sort of data with this visualization tools, with the help of visual, I am using, you know, plotty.com. I have already been mentioned over there. If you just put the data in Excel format, automatically the various type of hundreds of, you know, pictures are available there. These pictures will automatically convert according to your data which you have been input in the Excel sheet. So that is why the beauty of the visualization tool.
Okay, thank you, sir. The third question is by Mr. Abhishek Chakraborty, and his question is, please suggest some plagiarism checking software.
Actually, you know, plagiarism checking software is a very important issue nowadays. Suppose you know, a particular researcher working with the or doing a research related with the topic with article of nowadays, or related with the topic with burning topic which are especially the people are working with today. So this type of article, suppose you are working with the panic matters in the COVID situation in the Kolkata area. So this type of whenever you do for your research, you will get all the current data nowadays available with all the articles. So some of the articles already been available free of cost, and some of the articles it is not free to all. So if a particular company, those who are operating for this plagiarism checking, they have tie up with all the leading publishing house, those who are publishing this particular type of articles, then it can be possible that whenever you just given a thesis or an article, then he just want to search similarities. Similarities means similarity checking. He just want to search it with your words, whether this particular word or sentences are similar with any other documents are available in the net. Say you are doing a research related with 1930s book or related with 1940s historical matters. this particular matters available in internet. If it is not available in internet, because internet after 2000 or 1990, internet materials are available over there in especially. So if you want to search it, a particular item which is published in 1940 or 1930, it is not possible. So if your research area related with some sort of the back related studies, also very crucial studies over there, because suppose I just want to study a particular library related studies, is that nowadays those who are the teacher of university or college system, those are the age group is 50 to 60 or 30 to 40, 40 to 50. So those are the 50 to 60. They are what type of books you have been used, and 30 to 40 what type of books you have been used, and 20 to 30 what type of book. In case of those who are young, these particular books, those who, or the articles they are reading out regularly, it may be available in the net. But whenever you go for the senior persons, and they said, yes, I read out in the 1960 particular book, it is not available in e-version or electronic version. At that time, it is when printed available. How could the particular software can search whether that particular person and taken a particular para from that particular book? So plagiarism checking is only possible for the nowadays if the particular electronic resources are available in the internet. This is the first thing. Second thing, if the particular checking matters, like this particular software with particular plagiarism checking software with collaboration or tie up with the leading publishing house. Suppose I have made a plagiarism software, but whenever this particular software searching a particular article with Cambridge University Press, Oxford University Press, whenever he entered through the internet, they just block it because I have not tie up with the Oxford University Press. How this particular software could able to search it through their articles or through their books? So in case of the plagiarism checking software, those who are available freely nowadays, it is first. If you search it, you can't get anything else. In case of India government, UGC already been developed a particular guideline relating with the plagiarism related issues. In the last year, they have already been procured for whole India, that is Urkund. But if you see that, suppose a particular article, you just check it in Urkund, you can check it in Authenticate, you can just check it in other software, different result will come. Which one will be the best? We do not know. Because the other software, it may be happen, suppose you assume that more than 1,000 companies are available for publishing house. But this particular Urkund having a tie-up with 500 companies. How these other 500 companies, they are not tie up with this particular software? So how is it possible whenever this particular software search it, whether the particular researcher taken some sort of para or paragraph or 2 lines, 3 lines or any type of things from that particular 500 research related companies? Is it possible to each and if you search a particular article or your research related issue matters with a freely available software, you can't get result, different type of result. If you go for the Urkund, if you go to the Authenticate, if you go for the Turnitin, every time you can get the different result. So I don't know how these things can be materialized, but as far as India government is concerned, they have already been procured for Urkund, and it is freely available for the university end. So any university, their library approaching to the UGC, they're just providing it free of cost. So all the university in India are getting it freely. So I think that so whenever you go for any university and approaching to the librarian or central library, you can get it very properly. But if you want to personally search it with the free available software, I very much doubt you can't get the appropriate result, because if you go through the entire guideline of the UGC, you can see that the similarities related matters is very much clearly mentioned over there. That is, if it is 10% similarities, 20% similarities, 30% similarities, what exactly the university can do, the university can measure for this purpose. Because in case of academic institution, it is my observation is that we are not the police. We never think that, never believe in that. We have to check it first. But the researchers sometimes they feel that they unwillingly, there's some sort of phrase or some sort of words or some sort of sentences are very much similar, showing in this particular plagiarism software. So in that case, whenever the particular researcher will check it, then he get the entire instruction or get the entire information where is the software is getting the similarities. Accordingly, this particular researcher should rectify it, so that whenever this particular thesis or particular article go to for publication or go for the submission, final submission, then the matter will be modified. That's all.
Okay, thank you, sir. The next question is from Madan Kumar, and he requests you to share some website or online library from where we can do our review of literature.
Review of literature, it is not an easy task. In case of India, especially, in case of agriculture, one software that is CABI. CABI is a well-known software throughout the world for the agriculture-related research. So CABI, what is CABI? CABI is nothing but a collection of all the renowned journal and their articles. So whenever you search any type of article or any topic, then it just show you what type of articles are over there. But it's not a full text. It is only the index base. In case of Web of Science, in case of Scopus, it is also the same. If you search it, because their policy is that in case of Indian aspect, Indian citation index also available over there. In case of Indian citation index, you just search it, all the Indian journals are available over there. So whenever your literature survey will be done, in case of in general subject, you go for or you want to search it for Indian journals or Indian related journals, you go for Indian citation index. But I think in that particular cases, each and every area having a separate segment. In case of Web of Science, there are science related issues, science related index like now it is known as Clarivate Analytics. They are organizing or they are maintaining the entire issue. They are related to the social science related databases. They are related with humanities related databases. And most of the cases, university, those are the big universities in India, they are regularly subscribing it because the cost is very high. The last year when I was purchased for the CABI for our university, it's 10 lakhs for 1 year. So see, a particular database for, it is not a full text journal. It is only the index of 1,000 articles of 1,000 journals, all are indexed particular a database, index database. So for this index database, they are charging more than $10,000 or $12,000. It is around 10 lakhs rupees. In case of the Clarivate Technologies or the Scopus, their cost is more high than our CABI. So I think the big universities, they are regularly subscribing it because nowadays the NIRF ranking is taking a very important role, and NIRF already they are grabbing the data from Scopus and Web of Science. Just suppose whenever what is exactly the numbers of researchers they have writing the research paper for a particular university, they're just grabbing the information from this particular index, that is the Clarivate Analytics, a Web of Science, or Scopus, or in case of agriculture for CABI, like that, or in so this software or these indexes are very much costly, but the university is buying it for their researchers. So if you go over there according to your research area, then you can search it and can get all the details. In case of the library science, LISA is a very important database one. So each and every area having a plenty number of databases nowadays available. So accordingly, I don't know your research area. You just accordingly you just get the entire what type of exactly the research is going on regarding your area which you have opted out for the research. That's all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, rest for you in the chat boxes, all praises and compliments. It was really, really wonderful to have you here, sir. And your presentation was highly pertinent and too precious. Thank you so much. And we'd love to hear more from you in the days to come. Thanks a lot. Now, at this moment, as we enter the third technical session, I request Dr. Arindam Chakravarti, Associate Professor from the Department of Commerce, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, to kindly come up and take forward the proceeding and kindly introduce the third speaker of the day. Thank you so much. Professor Arindam, please. Hello, Arindam sir.
Shubhirda, please stop presenting.
Hello, Arindam Babu, are you there?
Yes, Honorable sir.
Yes, the third technical session proceedings would be taken care by Professor Arindam from the Department of Commerce, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya.
অরিন্দম দা শোনা যাচ্ছে না কিন্তু।
স্যার স্যার আপনার একটু মিউটটা দেখুন।
Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Hello.
you are.
Yes. Okay. I do repeat. Okay. Dr. Sanjay Sarkar did his masters in sociology from the University of Pollani. Impact of globalization on economy of folk art. Case of Madhubani paintings in Mithila Vihar was a topic of his PhD done from the same university. As a UGC postdoctoral fellow, he worked on the issue water pollution and rituals, a study among the users of sacred water in West Bengal. A lot of his research papers have been published in UGC recognized journals as well as in journals of national and international reputation, namely Sociological Bulletin, the Northeastern Research Bulletin, Open Eyes, so on and so forth. Dr. Sarkar was awarded UGC travel grants to present a research paper at an international conference held in Finland. Very recently, one of his research papers entitled Leaving No One Behind, a community perception through the mirror of uses of water as sacred, has been accepted in the World Water Congress and Exhibition, Shaping Our Water Future, organized by International Water Association, to be held in Copenhagen, Denmark, during May 9 to 14, 2021. Dr. Sarkar has been serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Sociology in Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya since 2010. He is not only a good teacher, but he is a good academician as well. Overall, Dr. Sarkar is very dynamic, cooperative, friendly, and we all enjoy his company. Now I convey my greetings for successful presentation in this webinar on the topic Survey, the role of Google Forms for survey data collection to export. Now I hand over the session to Dr. Sarkar. Dr. Sarkar, please.
Thank you, Arindam Chakravarti, Arindam Da, Animesh, SKD, and all the participants. I just now sharing. The session is interactive session basically. It is basically interactive session, and I am sharing my experience, my practice on Google Forms. When we are doing research, it is visible My screen is visible. I am audible?
Yes.
Okay. The role of Google Forms in data collection and to export. How to export the Google Forms data in Word, in Excel, and SPSS. This is my work or my agenda of discussion in today's webinar. This is a very common flowchart of research process. We go from here, stage 1 to stage 7. Stage 1 in define research problem. That is title of the research. Next, second stage, review of the existing literature. Review of concept, theories, and existing research work on the topic. And third, find the research gap. After review of literature, we formulate hypotheses and research questions. To explore the research question, we have to design, go to 4 stages. Research design, including sampling design. Sampling design, to whom the population we willing to study will be conduct, or from whom the data will be collected. After completing this 1, 2, 3, 4, we came to the collection of data stage, that is stage 5. Today we start from here by developing a survey questionnaire in Google Forms and collect data, and ended the discussion to export the collected data to MS Word, Excel, and SPSS. Next part, it will be decided on you how to you analyze the data and to report a writing on the interest of your research. But I am here from collection of data, from development of research question, collection of data, its basic settings, translation in other Indian languages, and export to Excel, SPSS, and MS Word. This one. When we reach at the data collection stage, it is clear that we have a different defined research problem, that is title of the research, which is to be conducted, reviewed all the relevant literature, conceptual, theoretical, and explored the research gap. Then we formulate hypotheses and research questions. Develop research design, including sample design, to whom the questionnaire is to be applied or administered. Now, we have to develop a questionnaire. For that purpose, we will use Google Forms, and we move to Google Forms. Here, I will try to cover creating a questionnaire in Google Forms, its basic settings, translation from English to other language, data collection, export the collected data to MS Word, Excel, and SPSS. This session is more directive than talk. So the session is demanding attentive as well as participative dedication. Therefore, it is my humble request to all the participants, don't mind, please off your microphone and video. Post the question in the chat box, or at the end of the session, I will try to answer all the questions. As I said earlier, it is practicing session. Title, Assessment of Children Activity in the COVID-19 Situation. This is a picture, children's activity picture, and I am Dr. Sanjay Sarkar, Assistant Professor of Sociology, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, Mazdia, Nadia, West Bengal. Conducting an online survey on the above topic. I am requesting you to participate in the survey. And as the research stage of research, I have a research problem. I reviewed all the literature, framed the research design, including sample. The sample is expected all the participants of this webinar. The questionnaire link will be posted in the chat box. I request all to participate in the this survey practicing, so that you can able to feel how to fill the form for Google Form. All of you are and the data, the collected data will be how to export in the Word, Excel, and SPSS. Now, I have a pre-typed question on the topic. Age of the respondent. These are the in Google Form, different type of question, multiple, drop down, upload. I try to all type of question sets in the question. It are three types. These are the question. Fewer options. How to export in the Google Forms. I just trying to show that. Okay. This is my email ID. In Google Forms, this is mandatory to have an Google Gmail account, and I go to the Drive. The Drive is open. There is 2 or 3 items on. One is feedback form. Many participants are asking about the feedback form. It will be delivered by Professor Dr. Sanat Kumar Bishwas within few minutes. I go to the new. Here is Google Sheets, Google Slides, and more. I just go to the Google Forms. Then blank form. This is the Google Form. I just title a form. Okay. I copy from the my MS document and it paste it in the this. I like to write online survey. I just add an image, video, many things are there. I just add an image. There is session 3 today's materials. I here that picture which I activity picture and today's detail. This is also a picture title online survey on the assessment of the children activity in the COVID-19. Now here we can. This is a blue color. We can change the theme color of very differently. Written font style. Okay. And here is setting. Collect email address. Okay, click. Response recipient. Click. I click here if respondent requested. Then the respondent will receive the email from the limit one response. Okay. Edit about submit. No. Okay. Just save. This is the basic. Yeah. Now I have add questions. Okay. This is age of the respondent. Dear participant, please. Age of the respondent. It was short. There is multiple option. Short answer, paragraph, multiple choice, check box, drop down, etc. There is short answer question. Is it is required. Okay, required. Click. Next. Home district of the respondent. This is also short. Required. Next, plus PIN code of your area or locality. Short answer. Required. Nature of family of the respondents. This is multiple choice. Okay, it is multiple choice already select by default. Now is it from your joint family? Option 1, add option, nuclear family. Add another option, find other kind of family. Okay, required. Next question, monthly family income, the income of the respondents. Okay. Type of question here, drop down. Okay. Here, just click here, the drop down options. Up to 15,000. Add option, more than 50 to less than 30,000. Add another option, more than 30 and less than 60,000. More than 60, less than 1 lakh. More than 1 lakh. Okay, required. Plus question, highest academic qualification of the respondents. In the brochure, I request it to prepare, fill and prepare a box. Highest, it is uploaded. Okay, file upload. Highest academic qualification in which year, major subject and the university. If you have not in Word, please write down a paper and take a picture on your device. Okay. Allow the specific type of question. Yes. What is document and image? There are 8 options. In the brochure, I mentioned that document, MS Word and image. Okay. This it is not changeable and required. Changeable, but I did not require now change it. Okay. Next question. Give scores to the basic preferred activities of the children. Scores on the basis of preferred activity of the children. In the COVID area, preferred activities, there is option. What is it? Multiple choice grid. Okay. There is multiple choice grid. Outdoor sports, indoor sports, mobile games, watching TV or YouTube shows, drawing, singing, listening music, dancing, recitation, story books reading, creative arts and crafting, innovative practices. Okay. And score 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Required. Next question. Give scores on the basis of preferred activity of the children before COVID-19 situation. Multiple choice grid is also. Multiple choice grid. We have to copy and paste, repeat the same items. Dancing, drawing, singing, listening music, dancing, and innovative practice. Required a response in ISRO. Okay. Then, are you happy with the activities of the children? Please score your happiness. Next question. What is tick box grid? There is tick box grid. Multiple choice grid. Okay. Again. There is 7, 6, 5 again. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Required response. And now next question. Indoor sports. Mobile games. Watching TV or YouTube shows. Drawing. singing, listening music, dancing, recitation, storybooks reading, creative arts and crafting, innovative practice. Okay. Required again 7, 6, 5, 3, 4, 3, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, this is required. And next, last question. Okay, please write down 4 best and 4 bad observation of on the children in COVID-19 situation. Okay. This is paragraph text. Okay, long shots required. This is question, pre-typed question. I just copy and paste in the Google Forms. Okay. It can be viewed as required what email ID when you fill or the respondent will fill their write their email IDs, age, district, pin code and locality. Okay, anyone from anyone. Okay, monthly family income of the drop down. Okay, here add a file. Okay, the pre-typed file, the academic qualification, image or Word document is upload here. Okay, gives scores on the basis of the preferred activity of the children. 0 to 7. Before the COVID-19 situation. Okay, this is 7, 6, 5. There is one. There required a correction. Okay. 1, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and the extra will be deleted, directed to what? Okay. Required 765312. I just view again all of you after type question. Just look a view on the okay. Email ID required. Age, home district, pin code and locality, family. Choose from monthly family income. Okay. Add file in higher qualification. Any one options from any row. Okay, it is okay. Next question, any one option from each row. It is okay. There are any option of each row. Okay, and here you have to write out 4 best and 4 bad observation on the children. Okay. Send me a copy of the response. Okay, send me a copy of the response. When you ask for a response, then put it on. Okay, then submit. If you do not want, then you will off it. Okay. Now I want to share with all the participants this question. It is request to please fill this questionnaire. Then the data will come automatically. You can see how fun, how magical this questionnaire. Within 10 to 15 minutes, all the data will become who will participate in this process. Okay. This is the question I will try to send option. Okay. Mail, I have no mail ID of all the participants. So this is a simple way. This is so copy the link and share it with the social media. That is WhatsApp and this chat box. Okay. I just shorten the URL here. Okay. Copy. I just post in our IQAC SRL members group. Please paste anyone in the chat box so can the participants able to access and fill the form and submit immediately. Now it is to 8:37. It will wait for 50. Within 8:50, I expect all the participants will submit this form. Then the response here, response will automatically, now there is 0 response. Okay. After submission of your response, this response number will be appeared there. Okay. Thereafter, all other functions are there. If you please post it, Professor Dr. SKB, Arindamda, Animesh, please post. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Kursi.
Okay.
Doing. Kursi.
Okay. This is automatically the response number of submission and the number there appeared the number how many of you submission. I expect all the participants will submit this form so they can learn how to fill the form and they advise their respected respondents how to fill, and from anywhere you can monitor this in the field. So many scholars are there, and there is another options. I'll just go after the submission of the. Please notice me after post it in the chat box. Okay. Please, Dr. Sanat Kumar Bishwas posted the, okay, please. Then you will see there. Okay. Please submit by 8:50. So can we proceed to export the data in MS Word and Excel.
Yes, already posted in chat box of YouTube and Google Meet.
Please response till zero response. Okay.
It requires some time, sir.
One response. Okay. I just go to the response. Loading. Okay. Appear in this way. One response, that is 100%. Two response. Okay.
চলে গেছে
Please. The response will appear in this format. Okay. Three response. Okay. Please. Four response. Automatically change. This is the uploaded documents. Five response. So this is the uploaded documents. Whenever you need, you download it and put down your data sheet. Okay. Six response. Okay. Only six response. 5 minutes we will wait. Please. Seven response. Age of the respondents. 8 response. Okay. Nine response. 10 response. Good. কলকাতা, দার্জিলিং, নর্থ চব্বিশ পরগনা, নদিয়া, কোয়েম্বাটোর, গোমতি, ত্রিপুরা, নদিয়া, শ্রীনগর, নদিয়া, হামিরপুর। 10 response. Twelve response. Okay. Korimpur, East Champaran. Okay. Fourteen response. Good. Check 10. Okay. Dr. SK.
Yes, yes.
Dr. SK. Excuse me.
Yes.
Dr. SK.
বলুন।
I proceed for the next. It is 8:50. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Please submit, and I just move in another just translation. Okay.
Okay.
I just had go to the translating stage. Okay. This is the questionnaire I just finished. A copy from here. Okay. Select. Select and copy. Control C. Okay. It is not possible in Google or in MS Word to translate. Okay. The Google form, Google Documents. There is again. I go to my Drive folder. The Google Forms. This. Okay. Google Docs. new, blank documents, Google Docs. Okay. I copied the item from the Google Forms and paste, Control V, paste here. Okay. It appeared in the Google Docs. It is interesting that here we can translate in 9 Indian languages in Google Form. There are so many languages, but Indian language, Bengali, Hindi, Marathi, Punjabi, Gujarati, Malayalam, Kannada, Telugu and Tamil. These 9 languages. There is a tool option. Okay. There is translate document. Translate document in Hindi. Title, choose a language. There are so many languages. Arabic. Okay. Bengali. I entered Hindi, Gujarati, Hindi. Okay. Just translate. Okay. This translated in Hindi. There are so many regional scholars. The regional language is required for conducting a survey in remote area. Okay. Just copy here from here any Control V and paste in the form. Okay. Paste in the Google form. Question is there. I just take a here, post it age. Okay. In Hindi. Okay. Then we translate this again in other language. Bengali. And select here Bengali. You can translate in Bengali. Okay. Now I have to download in a familiar format or MS document. Okay. I'm just downloading it. $20 response. Okay. It is downloaded in Word format. This is in Word. In this way, we can translate the questionnaire in regional language. Okay. In 9 Indian major languages. That is Bengali, Hindi, Gujarati, Marathi, Punjabi, Malayalam, Kannada, Telugu, and Tamil. Now, this is answer, 21 answer. Okay, enough for practicing. Okay. When I try to copy it, copy, just showing, copy chart, copy. Okay. What said? Chart copied in the clipboard. Okay. but Word cannot keep or keyboard cannot paste here. No, it is not possible direct. Then again we have to go My Drive, New, Google Documents. Okay. Easily paste here. Easily paste here. Okay. All the figures, chart, I can paste here. Okay. Copy and go to Google Doc and paste again. You can copy and paste, copy from Google Forms and paste in Google Docs, and then download to file, download in MS Word, PDF, anyway, any race format, then it is downloaded. Okay. Open. It is my familiar, and then I can interpret, write down. Okay. This is one kind of export of data, collected data from MS Google to MS Word. Now I go to the answer, 24 responses. 24 responses. This is a spreadsheet. This is spreadsheet like Excel. I just click on it. Create a new spreadsheet, create. Okay. Creating a new spreadsheet. This is all the documents, time, mail ID, age, location, what you have filled, all the documents are there. Okay. Again, in Excel format, from spreadsheet to Excel, I have to download. There is a multiple option, and familiar is MS Excel. Then there appear the downloaded Excel version. Okay. I just open it. The Google Forms data exported in this way in the Excel. Okay, all the data you have filled, scores, how many entries are there. Okay, just 10 questions in the Google form and entries. Okay, just look how many data came in 26 responses. Okay, I just save it. I copied it. Response. Okay, I just said. I crossed it. Okay, spreadsheet. Just minimize all the things. I just go my. Just one is that. Yes. opening IBM SPSS. File. Open a data. Desktop. Excel. Response practice, what I said in few minutes back earlier. Okay. Then the all data is exported in SPSS. Okay. This is the data view and the variable. These are the variables in the SPSS. The SPSS can only recognize number. So all the variables have to convert it in numbers, label, values, range, numerical, string. These are the SPSS and another package. There is a lot of options. All the data are see how many entries are there in 10 questions. Okay, all have to be coded. Codification is necessary in statistical functioning, and this is all about the export. I just trying to I'm just trying to create a Google form. Its basic settings. There is another option I forgot earlier. There are multiple researchers developing a questionnaire. So there is required a collaborator, one or more. Then I add their or one or more people's email IDs. So this part of the questionnaire or this part of the analysis collected data will analyzed by one person or developed by one person. Then they can add collaborator here. Okay. If not need, then leave it. Okay. By capital in restricted. Okay. Restricted. This is another settings or collaboration. This is all about that, creating a Google questionnaire, Google questionnaire, data collection, data exporting, all about that. I just stopping my presentation. I'm just stopping my presentation. If any question is there, please.
Thank you, Dr. for such a nice presentation. Actually, it has been a hands-on training on Google Form, how to pick the Google Form and how to tabulate the data in a Excel sheet or in the sheet. Very nice presentation, I must say. Now the session is open for question. If there is any question, please drop them in the chat box. I think the question from Biplab Lavado, coding is not possible in SPSS through Google Form. Sanjay sir. Sanjay sir.
Repeat please. AC sir, please repeat. Hello. AC sir, please repeat the.
This is yes, Sanjay sir. This is not a question. This is an observation. Yes, I am repeating. This is an observation, I think.
Not sound is not clear.
Biplab Nabaru is saying that coding is not possible in SPSS through Google Forms.
Sanjay sir, please open chat box. Click
Even of Biplab. Yes, that will be more useful, I think. Sanjay sir, it will be more useful for you. If there is any technical glitches, it is better to use the chat box yourself. There is another question from Rukmani Manga. How authentic do you think Google Forms are in comparison to the method of participant observation, form interviews, and methods outrightly qualitative?
Interview method?
Hello, Sanjay sir, please see the chat box. How authentic do you think Google Forms are in comparison to the method of participant observation, formal interviews, and methods outrightly qualitative?
Okay, I get it. Google Forms, it is a kind of survey, but not participant, not like the participant observation. There is participant observation. They are familiar in the locality. They directly observe what they observe, the environment. It is not possible in Google Forms. Okay, but it is another way to conduct a survey in Google Forms in a larger sample. It is said that 10 to 18% responses are come, but there is required a filtration of the response also. But it is not so much better that is in interview or direct interview or participant observation by direct interview. So it is different in another way, but it is software based online. In this webinar and IQAC application, it is an academic purpose. It is another way to research work or research survey who interested in known people. Or the sample selected, I know his contact WhatsApp number, then it is usable when the samples or the respondents are selected or familiar to me. But it is not so much level better like participant observation or direct interview. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Sanjay sir. There is no more question, I think. There are some observations. There is webinar is just emerging thanks a lot. So some sort of observations are there. So as there is no question, I think this session is over. And I do thank Sanjay sir for presenting such an useful lecture on how to prepare Google form and how to tell data Excel sheet or in a spreadsheet. Now it is over to Dr. Anish for the next part of the seminar. Dr. Anish, are you there? Dr. Animesh,
yes, sir.
Are you there?
Hello.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm there. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Sanjay sir and Arindam sir, for your wonderful presentations. Now I request the supervisor of our webinar committee, Dr. Sanat Kumar Viswas ji, to kindly give the vote of thanks and end this webinar here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Animesh. I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Hello, I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Honorable and most distinguished patron-in-chief, chairman, resource persons, convener, joint convener, all members of the organizing committee, and all participants of this webinar. I deem it a great honor to propose the vote of thanks to all who have helped us in making this seminar such a resounding success. First of all, I would like to propose heartily vote of thanks to our Honorable Patron in Chief, Sri Sunil Kumar Vishwas, President Governing Body of the college, for present with us and gracefully inaugurate the webinar. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers, Dr. Animesh Roy, JNU Assistant Professor, Giri Institute of Development Studies, Aliganj, Lucknow. Mr. Subir Das, Deputy Librarian of BCKB Central Library, Bidhan Chandra Kishi Vishwavidyalaya, Mohanpur, Nodia, and Dr. Sanjay Sarkar, Assistant Professor of Sociology of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, Mazdia, Nodia. I would like to express our profound gratitude to our teacher in charge, Dr. Somnath Bandopadhyay, for his active moral support and guidance. I am happy to express vote of thanks to the entire participant who have made this seminar a great success. I would like to thank to all the webinar organizing committee members of the college. I would like to thank our coordinator, IQAC, and convener of this webinar, Dr. Sanjay Sarkar, and joint convener, Dr. Animesh Andrew Rai, and Dr. Arindam Chakraborty, for making this seminar a great success. Last not least, I would like to thank to Sri Srikanto Bashak and his team for their endless technical support and cooperation. Once again, I thanks to all for cordial cooperation. Thank you. Please, I request convener sir, please declare end of the session.
Thank you, all the participants, delegates and the supervisor, Dr. Arindam Chakraborty, Dr. Animesh Andrew Rai, my head of the department, and resource persons, Animesh Roy from GIDS Lucknow, Mr. Subir Das, Deputy Librarian, Subir Da. Thanks, and please, participants, submit the practice question and feedback, so that many questions are there. The e-certificate, feedback links, okay, feedback e-certificate will provide it in due time after we get all the feedback forms from the participants. Now, who will fill and submit within due course the feedback form, then the e-certificate will issue and positively sent via your mail. Thank you for your patient participations. Thank you. Thank you to all again. We'll communicate shortly for another international webinar organized by our NSS department, role of NGOs on COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 situations. With details we'll send via mail to you. I expect all of you again join with us and extend your heartiest cooperation.